Chapter 1749. Everyone was baffled by Zichen's words. Even Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia, who had witnessed everything, looked at Zichen in astonishment. I thought the battle was over. Who would have thought that there would be another unforeseen event? This little thing is the one who ordered us to kill each other. It's this little thing that caused everyone's death. An indifferent voice sounded from not far away. A person appeared there. This person was very tall and sturdy. It was Manshur, the first person Zichen killed. However, he was still alive. His eyes were fixed on the wooden puppet, his face filled with coldness. There were more than 2,000 experts who came here. They didn't encounter any danger, but because of this voice, they started killing each other. 99% of them died. The voice that represented death had become a nightmare in everyone's hearts. But who would have thought that the owner of the voice was actually a wooden puppet without any cultivation base? At this moment, the wooden puppet also saw Manshur. Its small eyes immediately widened as if it had seen a ghost. It said in disbelief, "It's you. Didn't you die?" Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia had witnessed Zichen's sneak attack and Manshur's miserable death. Zichen's hesitation at the beginning and his final ruthlessness and decisiveness at the end had left a deep impression on them. But Manshur, who should have died, actually appeared again. Moreover, from the looks of it, Zichen was very clear about it. The first person to appear, Manshur, wasn't the last. Following closely behind Manshur was Wu Xia, the guy who didn't even have a complete corpse left. You're also alive." Marionette's eyes widened as he lost his composure and shouted loudly, "We're all alive." Wu Xia stared at the wooden puppet, a cold smile on his face. He didn't restrain his killing intent at all. Sure enough, Shen Tian Dao walked out, Fortune Telling walked out, Shang Guanhong walked out, Dongqing walked out, and finally Jin Qingqing walked out. The 7 people from before were all alive and had all come out. Moreover, they had all broken through their cultivation levels and were all existences in the late stage of the 9th heaven. At this moment, the 7 of them were all staring at the wooden puppet. Their expressions were as if they wanted to swallow it whole. It was this little thing that had caused the death of Dark Mantle, Hidden Mist, and everyone else. Isn't it true that only one can live in each region? What's going on here? Lu Jintian had just gathered some strength to stand up, but because he saw the scene, his mind was greatly affected and he fell down again. How can this be? How are all of you still alive? I clearly saw all of you die. All of you died. The puppet was also very confused. On the other hand, Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia seemed to have understood something. When they looked at Zichen again, their impression of Zichen had changed. Yuan Hua was wearing a flaming battle armor, and his aura was abnormally violent. He looked at Zichen and said, "Admirable." To be able to make the number 1 on the king's ranking speak words of admiration, it was clear that he admired Zichen's approach. Yuan Jia, who had always been at odds with Yuan Hua, also nodded his head to express his admiration for Zichen. Clearly this was all a show. As for why he could fool the puppet, it was clear from the puppet's appearance. Zichen said, "At first, I wasn't sure. I only had a vague guess. Now I finally understand. Unfortunately, many people don't understand this problem. Everyone's choice from the beginning was wrong. If no one had taken action at the beginning, then everyone would have lived." Yuan Hua smiled coldly and said, "So what if they understand? How many people will believe it?" Zichen was silent. People were selfish. In order to survive, they would not hesitate to kill everyone around them. Even if he told them that all of this was fake, and that as long as they worked together, they could enter the depths of the world, how many people would believe him? Zichen had said this to Kongqin, but in the end, Kongqin had called out all those who trusted him and killed them. He had also said this to Sydney, but it was useless. "I didn't expect you to be so cunning, but this is just a little trick. It's useless. If you want to enter the depths of the world with the dragon boat, only one person can live. There are too many of you now, and I can watch you kill each other. The puppet sneered, looking very calm. But at the next moment, a big foot pressed down and stepped on the puppet's face. It was Manshur. After stepping on the puppet, he exerted his strength and kept trampling on it, shouting, "Shut up, you broken puppet. Don't you think you haven't killed enough people?" Being stepped on by Manshur, the puppet couldn't say a word and could only make whimpering sounds. Energy surged under Manshur's feet. He had used a lot of strength, but it didn't cause any damage to the puppet. Yuan Hua glanced at Manshur and said, "Don't waste your strength. It's made of sovereign green soul wood. You can't break it at all." Sovereign green soul wood? What is that? It's the main material for refining sovereign weapons. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The main material for refining sovereign weapons was actually used to refine a useless puppet. What a waste! After Manshur stomped on the puppet a few more times, he unwillingly kicked it away. Now that the puppet was out, all the problems seemed to have been solved, but it also didn't seem to have been solved. They had to learn more from the puppet. But before that, there was something more important to do. Zichen looked at Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia and said, "Are we still going to fight?" The two of them were definitely the true pinnacle experts. Even the current Zichen was very wary of the two of them. As for Manshur and the others, although they had already broken through, they were not confident that they could defeat the two of them in a one-on-one battle. The atmosphere, which was still very relaxed just a moment ago, became solemn in the next moment. Including Zichen, the 8 of them faintly formed an encirclement to prevent any sudden changes. Yuan Hua, who saw their actions, didn't show any extreme expression. He only said indifferently, "Originally we had to fight, but now there's no need." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, the one who felt the most fortunate was Lu Jintian. It was equivalent to him escaping with his life. So he said, since, before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed across Lu Jintian's neck, and his head left his body. Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia only glanced at Zichen and didn't pay any more attention. Zichen withdrew his spear and didn't explain why he killed Lu Jintian. The others also didn't ask. Next, they all looked at the puppet in the distance. Since it was equivalent to sovereign level material, the puppet wasn't afraid of them. It said, "I'm telling the truth. Only the last expert can enter the depths of the world and obtain the opportunity." "Mother ***, you're full of nonsense." Manshur was furious. He rushed up and stomped on the puppet again. "Damn it, I'm the master of the dragon boat. Since you're treating me like this, don't enter the depths of the world. Wait here for death. Either wait for death or fight. Only the last person is qualified to enter the depths of the world." Facing Manshur's stomping, the puppet didn't feel any pain. Instead, it kept shouting, "Even if you control me, you can't control the dragon boat. You can't go forward or return. You can only wait here for death. Unless you have the courage to jump into the spatial turbulence and be completely lost. In short, if you don't listen to me, only death will await you." The puppet chattered, not reacting to Manshur's stomping. "It's useless. It's the main material for refining sovereign-level weapons. Your attacks can't even tickle it," Yuan Hua said. "Even if it's useless, it's still good to humiliate it." As he spoke, Manshur stomped on the puppet again. Moreover, he used his foot to stomp on the puppet's mouth, making it unable to speak. "Let me." Zichen waited for a long time. When Manshur had vented enough, he spoke. Seeing the puppet, everyone, including Zichen, couldn't accept what had happened. Bah! Manshur spat a mouthful of phlegm on the puppet's face and turned to leave. The puppet trembled with anger. It had suffered a great humiliation today. It glanced at Zichen and said, "Cunning boy, if you want to get information from me, I'll tell you that it's impossible." It was in sovereign-level material and could be said to be invulnerable. Of course, it wasn't afraid of Zichen and the others. "Are you so stubborn?" Zichen smiled faintly and said, Come and see what I'm holding. What is it? Ah, it's the earth fire. The puppet, who didn't care at first, suddenly let out a strange cry. A ball of flame appeared in Zi Chen's hand. This was no ordinary flame. It was a flame that could melt sovereign-level materials. Sensing the threat of the flame, the puppet's eyes were immediately filled with fear. Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia also looked at Zi Chen with surprise. They didn't expect him to have such a flame. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Zi Chen said, "I'll ask and you answer. It's best if you tell me the truth. If I hear any bad news and my hand trembles, this flame will go out of control." As he spoke, Zi Chen's hand trembled and the flame began to jump. The puppet's body clearly shrank back. The rules from before should have been set by you, right? The puppet's expression changed. Seeing Zi Chen's hand tremble again and the flame jump, it immediately said, "Yes, it was me." "Very good. Then the second question is, if we had chosen not to fight at the beginning, what would have happened?" The puppet hesitated again, but this time Zi Chen directly sent the flame forward. It cried out in fear and said, "I can only stop the dragon boat for a short time. It won't be for long. If we didn't fight at the beginning and instead waited, once the time was up, the dragon boat would naturally move forward." When everyone heard these words, they all revealed bitter expressions. It was such a simple principle, but no one understood it. They just needed to wait a little. But no one thought so. No one cared about those who were about to die. Everyone was thinking about themselves. As long as they were alive, it was fine. In the end, they had made mistakes time and time again, leading to today's situation. To put it bluntly, this was a joke. Or it could be said that the puppet was playing a joke on everyone. Chapter 1750. With the threat of the purple imperial blazing fire, the puppet spilled the beans, spilling out everything. This was all a scam, or perhaps a joke, but everyone took it seriously. Its origins were also very simple. It was said that from the moment it awakened, it was responsible for attracting experts, and every expert it attracted would meet the same end. In all these years, there had never been an accident. As for why they couldn't contact the dragon soul, that was also because the laws of this world were suppressing it. Nothing happened to the dragon soul, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. After knowing everything, Zi Chen no longer paid any attention to the wooden puppet. Manshur and the others stepped forward and continued to ravage it. Zi Chen looked at Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia and said, "The matter is already very clear. There is no need to fight. We can enter the depths of this world." Yuan Hua looked at Zi Chen and said, "Perhaps for us, entering the depths is not the best choice." Zi Chen's face flashed with surprise. "What do you mean?" If they didn't enter the depths, what were they thinking? Entering the depths might not be able to help us. Zi Chen, I would like to ask you a question. There was a hint of anticipation in the eyes of the two brothers. What question? How do the two extreme energies in your body coexist and circulate in a perfect cycle? After asking this question, the two brothers became very nervous. This question made Zi Chen frown, finding it difficult to answer. The two brothers believed that this was Zi Chen's most important secret. So Yuan Hua said, "We can pay a price. Just tell us what you need, as long as we can do it." Zi Chen froze for a moment, knowing that the two had misunderstood. He chuckled and said, "You've misunderstood. In truth, I don't know where to start." At the time, Zi Chen told them everything he knew, hiding nothing. Then his expression became gloomy. That matter had been extremely dangerous, and Elder Amo had also died. The two brothers, who were filled with confidence, fell into deep thought after hearing this. With their sharp senses, they naturally knew that Zi Chen was not lying. That matter had indeed been extremely dangerous. Perhaps the only thing that can make a miracle happen is pressure. After a long silence, Yuan Hua said, "Pressure?" Zi Chen was puzzled. That's right. The pressure in the space, turbulence, might be able to help us take a step forward. Zichin, thank you for your information. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Then, under Zichen's dumbfounded gaze, the two brothers jumped into the turbulent space. This, Manshur and the others were also stunned by this scene. Entering the spatial turbulence was equivalent to suicide. The two brothers didn't look like brainless people who would commit suicide. Everyone couldn't figure it out, but Zichin could vaguely guess the reason. He admired the two of them very much. At this point, there were only 8 people, including Zichin and a disobedient little puppet on the dragon boat. Everyone had already left the second floor and returned to the first floor. There was no one here. From what the puppet said, Zichin knew that everyone was dead. Even the number 1 was dead. What did you just say? There was a person with a dragon-shaped weapon. Manshur asked. Yes. The puppet nodded, appearing very obedient. Since he's dead, what about the weapon? Weapon? The puppet was taken aback as its expression changed. Manshur stretched out his hand and said, Cut the crap. Take out the dragon-shaped weapons. At least 2 of them. Don't tell me you don't have any. After doing business for so many years, you should have a lot of private stashes. There were a total of 8 dragon-shaped weapons. Zichin alone had 3 of them. Dongqing and Shangguan Hong didn't have any. Although extremely unwilling, the puppet had no choice but to take out 2 dragon-shaped weapons in the face of Manshur's threat. From the moment he obtained the dragon source, Zichin knew that the owner of the voice clearly didn't have enough intelligence. After seeing the puppet, Zichin was even more certain of his guess. And apart from Zichin, although he didn't dare to say that everyone in the group was cunning, it wasn't a problem for them to scheme against the puppet. Wu Xia half squatted on the ground and hugged the puppet's shoulder. I say, tattered puppet, you're really good. You can easily get 2 dragon-shaped weapons. You're really amazing. Of course, it's just 2 dragon-shaped weapons. I can get them with a wave of my hand. The puppet had a smug look on its face. Then do you know their origins? Speaking of which, we only found 1 dragon-shaped weapon, but it was a narrow escape. It took us a lot of effort, Wu Xia said again. I'm not sure. It seems to be related to the dragon race. Although these weapons are only king armaments now, don't underestimate them. If it wasn't for the loss of the realm source energy, they would have become emperor armaments long ago. You can be considered lucky to be able to get one. Wu Xia sighed and said, Isn't that so? We risked our lives to get one, but it's not suitable for us to use at all. I really don't know what use these things have. They don't match at all. Moreover, there are too few of them. There's no choice at all. Sai, you should have more, right? Of course. Let me tell you, not to mention a few. Even if there were dozens, I wouldn't. The puppet wasn't really stupid. He suddenly reacted and said with a bitter expression, I wouldn't be able to take them out. Wu Xia said with a pleasant expression, You've been in this business for so many years. Who would believe you if you said you don't have any? Come, take them out and let us see. The puppet's head shook like a rattle drum, firmly indicating that it didn't have any. Wu Xia turned around and lazily shouted, Manshur, I can't do it. This broken puppet is very uncooperative. Wait a moment, 1 earthen flame is too little. I'll think of a way to get some. From Zichin. Manshur's voice came from behind. Hearing the earthen flame, the puppet was frightened and quickly shook its head. No, please don't. I can show you, but you can't take it away. While speaking, the puppet raised its hand and waved forward. No energy appeared, but this move moved space. A new space appeared, and dragon-shaped weapons appeared one after another. At a glance, there were no less than 20 of them. Wu Xia could feel the powerful aura across space. When he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Apart from Zichin, who was still cultivating, the others came over when they heard the commotion. They looked ahead in disbelief. Seeing everyone's expressions, the puppet was very pleased. It said proudly, These are all my gains in recent years. They are all very good. Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to use them, and neither do you. However, if you take a fancy to any of them and want to exchange them, I can barely agree. I want that spear. Shen Tian pointed at a pitch-black, dragon-shaped spear and said. Man sure pointed at a spiked club and said, I want this big guy. It's very convenient to use. After everyone exchanged weapons, Man sure said unhappily, Why are they all weapons? Didn't you get some dragon origins last time? Why can't you get any now? The others turned around and glanced at the puppet. The contempt and disdain in their expressions were very well expressed. Being looked down upon by these people, the puppet was furious and shouted, A mere dragon origin is nothing. I have better things here. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. The puppet waved its hand again, and the dragon-shaped weapons disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by strange-looking battle armors. The battle armors were strange, but each of them had a dragon on them. This is a dragon-shaped battle armor. Everyone was stunned again. The power of the dragon-shaped weapons was obvious to everyone. Now they saw the dragon-shaped battle armor. Once they wore it, they would be almost invincible among those of the same level. They might not be able to kill the enemy, but wearing the dragon-shaped battle armor would at least guarantee that they would not die. Quick, give me one each. Man sure was very excited. He had the mountain spirit tyrant body. When fully displayed, his body was comparable to a mountain. If he had this battle armor, he would be a human-shaped battle machine. He would not be afraid of anyone when he swung his spiked club. The others' eyes were burning with passion. After the previous battle, their defensive battle armors were all shattered. They urgently needed a stronger one. No, you can just look at these things. You can't use them. The puppet shook its head, its expression unprecedentedly decisive. Look at what this is. A ball of flame appeared in Mansher's hand. Seeing the flame, the puppet was very afraid. However, this time it did not retreat. Instead, it said directly, I have permission to some things, but I don't. Even if you kill me, I won't give these things to you. Man sure pushed the flame forward and said indifferently, Then I'll kill you. Feeling the blazing heat, the puppet retreated in fear, saying that it was impossible. Man sure pressed forward step by step. The flame in front of him, that was sealed by the power of space, kept jumping, wanting to land on the puppet. The puppet kept retreating in fear. When it begged for mercy, it still refused. The others looked at all this expressionlessly. This puppet was too cunning. They could not be deceived by appearances. Man sure was really angry and shouted, If you don't have permission, then what's the use of having you? Go to hell. As he spoke, he threw the flame out. Seeing the flame flying towards it, the puppet was terrified. It screamed, I don't have permission, unless I kill the space behemoth to exchange for it. The flame stopped in front of the puppet. The puppet opened its eyes in fear. It could still feel the blazing heat from the bottom of its heart. What is the space behemoth? Man sure grabbed the flame and said coldly, It's a kind of monster that lives in the turbulent space. We will encounter it soon. After killing it, we can exchange for a defensive battle armor with contribution points. This is the permission of the Dragon Boat Warriors. It's also open to you now. The puppet said in one breath. Man sure grabbed it by the neck and said, You damned guy, didn't you say that the road ahead would be smooth? Feeling the murderous gazes of the others, the puppet shrank its neck and said, Did I say that? Then, I forgot. This fellow isn't telling the truth, and I'm afraid that the spatial behemoth isn't just a threat. We need to call Zichen over and ask him clearly. Otherwise, we'll be killed by this piece of trash sooner or later, Wu Xie said in a low voice. Yes, let's go find Zichen. Everyone had broken through to the late 9th layer, but Zichen had not. He had only broken through in his physical body. Now he was refining the remaining dragon origin and trying to break through to the late 9th layer. Just as everyone walked towards Zichen, they suddenly felt the essence energy on the dragon boat began to surge. Waves of energy surged and then gathered in a place. The place where the essence energy gathered was where Zi-Chen cultivated. It was obvious that Zi-Chen had broken through. Chapter 1751. With the help of the dragon origin, Zi-Chen quickly broke through. At this point, he had reached the late 9th level, and his ranking on the king list had reached 3rd place. In fact, he already had a chance to reach the 1st or 2nd place on the king list. After everyone came forward to congratulate him, they told him what they had just found out. Space Behemoth. Zi-Chen frowned slightly, and a touch of anger flashed in his eyes. He looked at the puppet in front of him, who was being carried by Manshur, and said indifferently, "It seems that you won't tell me the truth unless I show you something real." The puppet trembled and immediately begged, "I'll tell you. I'm telling you the truth. As for the Space Behemoth, I was too nervous and forgot to tell you." "Forgot to tell you." Zi-Chen smiled coldly and stopped listening to the puppet's explanation. He took out the cauldron out of thin air and shot out a beam of light. The light wrapped around the puppet like a chain, and in the midst of the puppet's hysterical screams, it was sucked into the cauldron. "Ah, underground fire, all of it. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Ah, Zi-Chen, let me out. I'll tell you everything." In the cauldron, there was a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Zi-Chen ignored it and asked Manshur and the others what they had learned. When Zi-Chen heard about the defensive armors, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The defensive armor that was comparable to a dragon-shaped weapon was obviously a good thing. They knew nothing about the rest of the journey, and the armor was indeed a good defensive weapon. The puppet's screams lasted for an hour. As for the punishment of an hour, Zi-Chen believed that the puppet would restrain itself. He didn't release the puppet, but said directly, "I'll ask and you'll answer. Tell me all the questions you didn't answer. I'll tell you everything." The puppet was clearly frightened and immediately said, "The space behemoths are dangerous beasts we encountered on our way. They live in the turbulent space and have a deep understanding of space. Their combat power is very strong. I didn't lie to you before. Whether it's the armor or the weapons, they can't be used at will. The reason I took out 2 of them is because they are the only ones I have the authority to reward the dragon boat warriors. As for the rest, you can exchange them by killing the space behemoths." Zi-Chen keenly grasped the word and said, "Authority? Who gave you the authority? Are you still a force?" "It's the dragon warrior." Dragon warrior. This was a new name. It's a new world created by the powerful individuals who survived the battle back then. In other words, it's the depths of the world. Actually, the original purpose of the dragon boat summoning was to summon the dragon warriors into the depths of the world. However, that world is no longer complete, and the destruction is very serious. The dragon warriors can't be summoned, and instead, it's you invaders who are always boarding the boat. The dragon boat originally went straight to the depths of the world, and the only danger encountered during this period was the astral beasts. But because you are invaders, only one person can go to the depths of the world each time. There are really depths of the world, and there are other dragon warriors and natives there. This news could be said to be incomparably shocking. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in dismay. It wasn't until the puppet's scream sounded again that everyone reacted. Zi-Chen asked again, "Are there many dragon warriors? There should be realm masters among them, right?" "I don't know about this because I'm just a boatman and am not qualified to go to the depths. I only know that if we reach a certain place, someone will come to pick us up." "Who are the people who will pick us up? How strong are they?" "I don't know either. I haven't gone to the depths for a long time." "What do you mean? Isn't there always one person who can go to the depths every time?" "That's because you're qualified, but it doesn't mean that you can live. You have to face many astral beasts along the way, and it's very difficult to deal with them alone. Moreover, even if you can reach the depths, once the dragon's soul awakens and finds that there's no master on the boat, it will choose to self-destruct. What will happen if the dragon's soul self-destructs? The entire dragon boat will explode, and all the lives on the dragon boat will disappear. However, the dragon boat won't disappear. It won't be long before it can reform and continue to summon new powerhouses. Everyone gasped when they heard this. First, they had to kill each other, and then the only person had to face the astral beasts. Then, they had to face the self-destruction of the dragon soul, who could reach the depths alive. Now he was finally sure that all the powerhouses who had boarded the dragon boat earlier had died. No, it's lying to us again. If it hasn't entered the depths of the world for a long time, why does it have the authority and how can it let everyone exchange? Jin Qingqing keenly discovered the loophole in the puppet's words. I'm not lying. Those are all things I remember in my head. In the past, I didn't activate this mode, but this time I activated the exchange mode for the dragon boat for you guys, and you guys are equivalent to dragon warriors. The puppet hurriedly explained, for fear that it would anger Zi-Chen and be refined. Zi-Chen released the puppet. His expression was very solemn. In his original guess, the depths of the world should be empty. Even if there were some dangers, they would be some living creatures. But now, a human force had appeared, which made him feel inexplicably uneasy. Go play somewhere else. With a kick, Manshur sent the smoking puppet flying. The 8 of them sat together once again. The joy of breaking through had long since disappeared. The purpose of the dragon boat's appearance is to summon the aboriginals. They should not be aware of the changes in the battlefield of despair. Once we rashly go deep, I'm afraid we will encounter those aboriginals. In the battlefield of despair, the aboriginals and invaders would always fight to the death. For example, Tombkeeper and the others were purely an exception. Shantiandio smiled bitterly and said, What I'm worried about now is whether there are groups of realm lords in that force. You guys also saw that the puppet was refined with emperor-level materials. To melt emperor-level materials is not something that can be done with ordinary means. Zi-Chen was very clear about this. The pill cauldron could only be melted, but it could not be refined. Manshur turned his head to look at Fortune Teller and said, I say, can't you divine? You can even divine the heavens. Why don't you divine it for us? Fortune Teller rolled his eyes and said, If I could divine it, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? From the moment we boarded the dragon boat, the heavenly secrets were blocked. Life and death are up to fate. It can't be divined. Pretending to be mysterious, Manshur curled his lips. He believed in Fortune Teller's combat methods. As for divining fate, forget about it. If there really are aboriginals in the depths, then we'll be in trouble. The one who spoke was Jin Qingqing. The scar on her face was still there. The death of her companion was a great blow to her. She was still blaming herself. But can the words of that little puppet really be trusted? Shang Guanhong questioned. I say, little girl, you have to be responsible for your words. I'm not lying this time. This dragon boat is meant to summon dragon warriors. I've already opened up the authority of the dragon warriors for you. As for the result, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing Shang Guanhong's question, the puppet quickly jumped out to explain. It didn't want to continue being punished. The development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. This caused Zi-Chen to be at a loss for what to do. At the same time, he thought of the 2 brothers who left. If they heard what the puppet said now, they would definitely not rashly enter the spatial turbulence. That damnable puppet was indeed a source of great harm. The puppet, who was standing at the side, suddenly changed its expression. Then it hugged its head with both hands and lay on the ground, screaming, Be careful, there's a spatial beast. This scream woke everyone up. Everyone took out their weapons and was in a state of alert. But when they looked around, there was nothing here. You damned piece of trash. Manshur turned his head and was about to curse the puppet again, but he saw the latter lying on the deck, shivering. It looked very scared. Get out of the way. Zi-Chen suddenly shouted. His figure flashed and rushed forward. At the same time, he directly transformed into a black dragon. A terrifying aura caused the void to distort, and waves of energy, fluctuations spread out. Zichen flashed in front of everyone and transformed into a dragon with his spear. The next moment, the space where Zichen was standing was completely violent. Waves of spatial power with layers of attacks rushed toward Zichen, constantly strangling Zichen. A loud dragon roar resounded. A terrifying aura surged around the black dragon. Waves of destructive aura appeared one after another to resist this energy. Retreat! At the same time, Zichen shouted again. The giant dragon that he transformed into also retreated under the spatial strangulation. Everyone quickly retreated. Zichen also retreated. At the place where he just stood, a huge phantom immediately appeared. This phantom immediately revealed its true body. Its huge mouth opened, revealing a mouth full of teeth, and viciously bit forward. Puff! The dragon's head shattered. Zichen's true body appeared and retreated in a sorry state. In front of its chest, spatial power was constantly vibrating, still attacking Zichen. As if hit by a rotating weapon, Zichen's chest instantly became a bloody mess. Boom! The phantom revealed its true body and landed on the deck, causing the entire dragon boat to shake. It was a beast that looked like a big fish. Its whole body was emitting a colorful light. Within this light, there was a strange attraction. At a glance, it felt as if one was in a colorful space, and it was easy to get lost in it. Its eyes were like two bottomless abysses, gloomy and cold. This was the spatial beast. As soon as it appeared, Zichen was seriously injured. It knows the spatial strangulation technique. It's a very troublesome attack. If you can't withstand this attack, your body will be instantly shredded into pieces by the many overlapping spaces. Marionette, who lowered its head, kindly reminded him, if it was at the center of the dragon boat, it might have already clapped its hands because there were many forbidden spaces there. The spatial beast couldn't reach it at all. But it was different here. They were on the deck. Those spatial restrictions were too easy for the spatial beast that lived in space. Moreover, the spatial strangulation of the spatial beast was a great threat to it. It had to inform everyone, hoping that they could kill this spatial beast. How do we exchange? Chapter 1752. The giant astral beast was huge, and its body was shining with dazzling light. It was difficult to look at it directly. Its space strangulation method was very strong. Even Marionette couldn't withstand the continuous attacks. At this moment, he was very scared. But at this moment, Zichen didn't forget his previous contribution. This made Marionette very frightened and speechless. He lowered his head and said as loudly as possible, "This is automatically controlled by the Dragon Boat system. How many contribution points can be exchanged is also determined by the Dragon Boat system." As soon as Marionette's voice fell, the bowstring on the other side was already vibrating. Zichen released an arrow. The Dragon God arrow, emitting a golden and silver light, tore through space and pierced through the giant astral beast's body. The powerful force forced the other party's body to retreat. The space power continued to surge, and the giant astral beast completely disappeared. Zichen immediately activated his yin-yang eye, but he couldn't see through the space here at all. It seemed that after the giant astral beast's arrival, the space here had become more condensed and complex. Zichen unfolded the heavenly thunder wings. The wound on his chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The remaining space power on the wound was being forcibly expelled. Everyone immediately lost their perception of the giant astral beast. The violent space power also disappeared into thin air. It seemed that the giant astral beast had escaped. As if worried that everyone would die, Marionette shouted, "The giant astral beast has already regarded you as prey. It won't escape until it kills you." "It's there." Shindao pointed somewhere in front of him. Beside him, A trace of heavenly path power was flowing. Boom! Man-Shur, who had completed his transformation, took a step forward. The mace in his hand was surging with a terrifying aura. It directly shattered a piece of space, and the giant astral beast's figure appeared. The giant astral beast appeared, and at the same time, the space strangulation method appeared. Layers of ripples visible to the naked eye spread toward everyone. Whoosh! The big trees swayed, and the leaves made a sound. Ancient trees emitting green light appeared out of thin air, blocking the layers of space attacks. The space was forcibly folded, and the real ancient trees were instantly cut into pieces. Then, under the vibration of space, they turned into nothingness. Pooh! Pooh! In the blink of an eye, the dozens of ancient trees that Shangguan Hong had shot out disappeared. The delay was less than a second. However, this was enough for everyone to dodge while simultaneously launching sharp attacks. The powerful mace struck the space beast's head. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, and the space beast let out a mournful cry. Man-Shur was already at the 9th level late stage, and with the addition of the dragon-shaped weapon, his battle prowess was definitely at the peak of the domain realm. As long as one wasn't an Emperor-level sector lord, they wouldn't be able to easily block Man-Shur's powerful attack. Not even Ziqin. The giant space beast retreated in pain. However, this time, it failed to conceal itself. A golden light fell from the sky and landed on the giant space beast. The spatial beast disappeared, but the golden light on its body didn't disappear. In the sky, the Book of Destiny emitted a faint golden light. It was facing the golden light of the space beast, guiding everyone in the right direction. Pooh! Obedient way of the heaven's spear, which was infused with the power of the heavens, immediately broke through space and pierced the giant star beast's body. Pooh! Ziqin's second arrow came and directly pierced the giant star beast's forehead. Rays of green light entered the giant star beast's body through the wound. Then they absorbed life, took root, sprouted, and grew into a towering ancient tree. A green spiritual sense swept toward the giant star beast's forehead. A destructive light came from afar and shot into the giant star beast's eyes. Man-Shur's powerful attack came again and almost broke the giant star beast's head. In the end, Ziqin transformed into a gold and silver lightning dragon. His body flashed with the power of thunder and lightning, and his spear pierced the giant star beast's head. From the outside, it looked like the dragon claw had torn the giant star beast apart. The surging energy dissipated and the battle ended. When Mutong raised his head and saw this scene, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The giant star beast, which was a threat to him, was killed just like that. This was too easy. Many times, the dragon boat would be destroyed after encountering the giant star beast, because the giant star beast was too strong. However, in front of Ziqin and the others, the giant star beast was so weak. The battle lasted for less than 10 breaths. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Ziqin said, "Come and see how many armors you can exchange for." He was panting slightly. Although the battle was short, he had used all his strength. Such an attack was enough to defeat Gustin, who was ranked 10th on the king list. However, they had to work together to kill the giant star beast. In terms of combat strength, the giant star beast was definitely not weaker than Lu Jintian, who was ranked 3rd on the king list. Even though the giant star beast was dead, its body was still shining. The light was dazzling like a diamond. Mutong quickly ran to the giant star beast and waved his hand. A space tunnel appeared and forcibly sucked the giant star beast into it. His little hand was trembling. Because his back was facing the others, no one saw his nervous, excited, and uneasy expression. "How many armors can you exchange for?" Man-Shur asked bluntly. He did not have a good impression of Mutong. It was this guy who had indirectly caused the death of the Dark Mantle and the others. If it was not for the fact that they still needed him for the journey, he would not have minded instigating Zichen to refine him. Mu Tong's changing expression returned to normal in an instant. When he turned around, his face was full of regret. He shook his head and said, "What a pity. Under normal circumstances, this giant star beast can be exchanged for one armor. Unfortunately, the damage is too serious and the effect is greatly reduced. The system only gives half of the usual price." "What do you mean?" Man sure stared at him. "In other words, one more giant star beast can be exchanged for one armor." Mu Tong spread his hands, expressing helplessness and pity. "2 for 1? What do you think it is? An imperial weapon?" Everyone's face was full of dissatisfaction. One had to know that this spatial behemoth was equivalent to a second Lu Jintian, and it was at its peak. In a one-on-one fight, no one except Zichen could defeat it. Moreover, the giant star beast had the ability to appear and disappear mysteriously. However, killing such a giant star beast only allowed them to exchange for half of a defensive armor. This was undoubtedly a loss for everyone. If the spatial behemoth and the defensive battle armor were placed together, everyone would choose the spatial behemoth over the defensive battle armor. "Are you lying again?" Man sure stared at Mu Tong with hostility. "I can't make the decision. What's the point of lying to you? Moreover, I gave you 2 dragon weapons earlier. The value of those things is not inferior to the defensive armor," Mu Tong immediately said. "What should we do?" Everyone subconsciously looked at Zichen. "We can only continue to kill," Zichen said indifferently. After the previous battle, everyone was much more cautious. At the same time, they realized that their understanding of space was insufficient. In fact, such a situation would not exist in the outside world at all. Because everyone had the domain world, they could perceive space on their own. Everyone's ultimate goal was to leave this place. The rules of space here were not very useful to them. However, the giant star beast was a threat. Everyone had to comprehend the rules of space here, even if it was just to save their lives on this small journey. Earlier, Mu Tong had already proven his keen perception. Therefore, he was thrown out to scout for danger. As for the others, they had to comprehend space. During this period, everyone gave up on improving their cultivation level and focused on studying space. The one who improved the fastest was, of course, Zichen, who had the help of the heavenly thunderwings. He almost did not need to deliberately comprehend space. He only needed to familiarize himself with the space. The journey forward was very boring, especially when there was no drama to watch. Recently, Mu Tong had been muttering, his small eyes constantly darting around. No one knew if he was up to no good again. However, he was very responsible. Every time he sensed the giant star beast's arrival, he would immediately hide in a corner and squat down with his hands on his head to warn everyone. Everyone's perception of time was already messed up. They could not accurately perceive the flow of time. It could be a moment or a year. They encountered the second giant star beast. This time, everyone had a tacit understanding and quickly killed the first giant star beast. Everyone who had accumulated enough contribution points could finally exchange for a dragon-shaped armor. In fact, there was no need to deliberately exchange for it. After the giant star beast was taken away by the passage, a dragon-shaped armor floated out by itself. It exuded the same aura as a dragon-shaped weapon. Clearly, it was already a masterpiece among king weapons. This armor was unquestionably given to the humanoid robot Barbarian Shur. In the following battle, he would play a huge role. Time was still passing. The journey ahead seemed to be extremely long, and there was no end to it. Soon, the second armor was exchanged. It was a soft armor that was geared towards women. "Give it to Dongqing." After seeing the armor, Zichen said without hesitation. He had already decided on the distribution of the armor. Dongqing happily took the armor and began to refine it. In fact, the refining process was very simple. He just had to take away the dragon's shadow, which was a trace of dragon's soul power. As they moved forward, Everyone's understanding of space deepened. However, in the following battle, their killing efficiency was greatly reduced. From less than 10 breaths, it was reduced to 20 breaths, 30 breaths. It was even delayed to 15 minutes. This scene was very incomprehensible to Mutong. Naturally, he could see that everyone was not using their full strength. The second person to obtain the armor, Dongqing, did not even make a move. He just watched from the side. While he was suspecting the relationship between Zichen and Dongqing, he wondered if everyone was deliberately stalling for time because they were bored. Mutong was very cunning, but sometimes his brain was not very good. He could see some problems, but he could not figure out the reason. For example, they were able to successfully stall for 15 minutes. It was not that they were deliberately looking for fun. Instead, it was because they had greater control of their power and a stronger understanding of space. They could already guarantee that the giant star beast would not die immediately. Moreover, they could also prevent it from escaping if they did not use their full strength. Okay, you can try. After a long time, Zichen finally received Dongqing's voice transmission. Zichen nodded and looked back at Mutong. Chapter 1753. Make it disappear, temporarily. Zichen said indifferently as he looked at the green puppet. Okay. Man sure responded and walked toward the puppet. What are you doing? Don't come over. Don't come over. Let me tell you, without me, you won't be able to reach the end. The puppet looked terrified. Man sure grabbed the puppet and threw it into his interspatial bag. The puppet's behavior along the way showed that they couldn't trust it. Naturally, they had to avoid it. Next, they waited, waiting for the space beast to come again. Under the situation where they couldn't sense the flow of time, the space beast came again. Be alert, Zichen shouted in a low voice. He had already sensed the obvious spatial fluctuation. Just like usual, the space beast didn't come, but its unique space strangulation method had already appeared. Everyone retreated in an orderly manner to avoid the sharp edge. The Book of Heavens will slowly flew out and floated in the air. The pages of the book opened and rays of golden light scattered down towards the dragon boat. The space beast's body appeared just in time, enveloped by the golden light. Without Zichen's order, everyone was ready. Shangguan Hong rose into the air, and a large number of green light spots flew out from her hand and fell around the space beast. The green light spots on the deck instantly turned into growing vines, wrapping around the space beast layer by layer, making it unable to move. Tiandao seal. Tiandao pointed the spear in his hand at the space beast. A trace of Tiandao's power shot out and spread out in the air, like a large net, enveloping the space beast. Man sure transformed and stepped forward with the mace in his hand. Wu Xie was beside him. Zichen struck out the power of gold and silver lightning, adding another layer of seal. Jin Qingqing stood in front of Dongqing, who was sitting cross-legged, to protect him. Dongqing's spiritual sense extended out and began his first beast taming since coming to this world. His spiritual sense entered the space beast's sea of consciousness. Dongqing saw this huge monster. He sat cross-legged again, and his body flashed with a soft green light. He slowly walked toward the space beast as if he was gently caressing it. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the entire spiritual world trembled. The spatial behemoth began to retaliate, and the green beams of light were repelled, causing Dongqing's face to turn pale. In the outside world, the spatial giant beast's body shone brightly. It displayed a powerful force as it tried to struggle free from the layers of restrictions on its body. Behave yourself, shouted Manshur, taking a step forward and smashing his spiked mace into the head of the space beast. The space beast's body trembled, and its head fell to the ground. During this period of time, Manshur was already able to control his strength on his own. His attacks would not be too strong and injure his opponent. Swoosh! Zi Chen transformed into a golden light and entered the space beast sea of consciousness. He saw Dongqing and the space beast. "How is it?" Zi Chen asked in a deep voice as his soul aura spread out. The struggling spatial giant beast suddenly shuddered as a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. "It's not easy to control," Dongqing said. The green light around his body returned again and again without any effect. Swoosh! Zi Chen did not say anything else. Instead, he transformed into a beam of golden light and continued to attack the spatial behemoth. Roar! The spatial giant beast roared and launched a space strangulation technique at Zi Chen. As expected of a strange beast that survived in space turbulence, its soul had almost the same privileges as a beast tamer. Zi Chen's feet flashed, and he disappeared instantly. Then he appeared beside the spatial giant beast and punched out with a shining golden fist. Pum! The spatial giant beast was sent flying. However, its tough soul did not suffer any damage. It only suffered a small shock. Dongqing took advantage of this moment to force a trace of his soul power into it. In the sea of consciousness, the spatial giant beast was fighting back. In the outside world, the spatial giant beast's body was also resisting. Clearly, it had achieved multitasking. Bang! Bang! In the midst of its continuous struggle, the heavenly seal on the top of the heavenly path broke and finally exploded. Then the vines began to expand. They were on the verge of collapse and finally exploded. Seeing that there was only one line of defense left, everyone made a move to suppress the spatial giant beast. This was suppression, not killing. It was more difficult. Boom! Boom! On the deck, waves of terrifying energy burst out. This energy kept attacking everyone. At the same time, waves of space strangulation appeared. Most of the space strangulation was blocked by Manshur. After that, some were blocked by Wuxia. And every time the space strangulation appeared, Wuxia's body would explode and reassemble. Okay, how long will it take? Looking at the spatial giant beast that was about to turn into a bloody mess, Manshur could not help but shout. As the spatial giant beast continued to resist, everyone gradually could not restrain their power. They could only attack forcefully. Otherwise, the spatial giant beast would escape. After a while, they could no longer control their power. In the sea of consciousness, Dongqing's control had also reached a critical moment. Zi Chen was also constantly using his killer moves to consume the spatial giant beast's soul. Overall, the spatial giant beast was too strong. It was so strong that even a beast tamer could not tame it. Dongqing opened her eyes and looked at Zi Chen. She said, "If this continues, even if we tame it, it will be too heavily injured and its combat power will be directly reduced." Zi Chen pointed his spear and a golden dragon flew out. He said without turning his head, "It's better than nothing." Dongqing nodded and did not say anything else. She continued to release her soul power into the spatial giant beast soul. As more and more soul power was poured in, the spatial giant beast's struggle gradually weakened. Of course, this was directly caused by its heavy injuries. In the outside world, the spatial giant beast also became quiet. Everyone could not help but worry. They were afraid that it would be killed. As the last soul power was poured into the spatial giant beast, Dongqing's pale face had a hint of joy. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's done. Next, we just need to." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zi Chen's expression change. Then he teleported and disappeared. In the next instant, Zi Chen appeared in front of her. He hugged her and disappeared again. This time, he directly appeared in the outside world. Just after Zi Chen's figure appeared, cries of surprise could be heard. A surge of energy surged, and Manshur and the others were directly sent flying. A second spatial giant beast appeared on the deck. Its body was slightly smaller than the previous one, but its body was emitting a bright light. At first glance, it looked like spatial turbulence. After it appeared, It directly sent everyone flying. However, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it stared at the spatial giant beast in front of it. In the next instant, it opened its mouth and directly swallowed the spatial giant beast in front of it. Its mouth was like an open space. It directly swallowed the spatial giant beast that was even bigger than it. Then, its body flashed and disappeared from the deck. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They worked so hard to trap it, and it was just about to be tamed. However, it was swallowed by a little guy. What on earth is that guy? It came so suddenly and disappeared so quickly. Shen Tiandao walked over. After they sensed the abnormality, they quickly retreated. At the same time, they also took precautions. However, they were ineffective against that spatial giant beast. This is a big loss. We lost half a dragon-shaped battle armor. Man sure said, regretfully. Ziqin turned to look at Dongqing and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Dongqing shook his head and said, "No, my soul power is still there. I can sense its direction. Should we go after it?" Ziqin said, "Forget it. We still have a chance." Once they went out, they would be in spatial turbulence. No one dared to barge in recklessly. As for using the dragon boat to track it, no one had the ability to do so. Then they continued to wait. It was like fishing. The 8 people on the ship were all bait. Not long after, another spatial giant beast appeared. Everyone cooperated as before. At the same time, they were also vigilant in case that spatial giant beast came to ambush them again. Soul power after soul power was injected into the injured spatial giant beast's soul. It was about to succeed again. However, Shang Guanhong suddenly shouted, "Oh no, it's coming again. Let's go." Ziqin pulled her and left. He decisively gave up on the prey that was about to be in his hands. As soon as it appeared, the spatial giant beast that was emitting colorful light arrived. It directly swallowed the injured spatial giant beast. Manshur and the others who had sensed it immediately launched fierce attacks. However, it was useless. When the attacks landed on the spatial giant beast, most of them were dissolved. Only a small part of them couldn't even hurt the spatial giant beast. It could be seen that although this little guy was not big in size, its understanding of space was stronger. "Let it go." Just when everyone was attacking together, Dongqing suddenly said. Everyone was stunned and subconsciously stopped their attacks. The spatial giant beast took the opportunity to escape. My soul is still there. I can sense its direction. It has been wandering here. I tried to communicate with it. Dongqing explained. Communicate. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The so-called communication of a beast tamer was actually control. Everyone had already seen that this little guy was extraordinary. If they could control it, it would be a big gain. It didn't go far. It's wandering around the dragon boat. A hint of joy appeared on Dongqing's face. Then he used the spiritual sense that was swallowed twice to communicate with the spatial giant beast. Everyone looked around. Other than the occasional spatial turbulence, they couldn't see anything. Then everything repeated. The spatial giant beast came again. Everyone went up to it and beat it half to death. Then this little guy rushed out and took advantage of the situation. This repeated 4 times. It was equivalent to losing 2 dragon-shaped armors for no reason. Dongqing could finally communicate with the spatial giant beast effectively. After losing the spatial giant beast for the 6th time, this little guy didn't escape immediately. Instead, it looked at everyone. Naturally, everyone responded with a kind smile. When it came for the 8th time, it hesitated for a moment, but still took the prey away. After communicating with Dongqing, it appeared for the 9th time and stood aside to wait for the battle to end. When it came for the 10th time, it fortunately didn't leave. It stayed on the dragon boat and enjoyed the delicious meal in front of everyone. It was also at this time that Dongqing established enough trust with it and began to try to control it. Chapter 1754. There were no accidents during the taming process. Everything was very natural. The spatial behemoth intimately snuggled up to Dongqing, its eyes full of dependence. The price they paid was 10 spatial behemoths, which was equivalent to 5 sets of defensive armor. For the time being, it was not clear if the price was worth it. Dongqing was still communicating with the spatial behemoth, while the others were waiting for the second spatial behemoth to arrive. No one knew when the dragon ship would arrive at the depths. During this time, it was necessary for them to gather enough defensive dragon armor. That puppet didn't tell us the truth. Shao Kong said that the most valuable thing on the spatial behemoth is the spatial rainbow pill. It can help us improve our comprehension of space. Shao Kong was naturally the name of the spatial behemoth that Dongqing tamed. It was very cute. I knew that this guy was not honest. Man Shi's expression was cold. While waiting, the others continued to kill the spatial behemoths. But this time, they secretly took out the spatial rainbow pill. After killing 2 spatial behemoths, they took out the puppet. We only killed 2 spatial behemoths after so long. The puppet seemed a little dissatisfied after being released. It glanced at the corpses of the spatial behemoths and said with disdain, "Cut the crap. Hurry up and get a set of armor." Man Shi urged. The others stared at the puppet. The puppet did not talk nonsense and directly took away the corpses of the 2 spatial behemoths. Then, a set of armor fell out from the passage. "Okay, it's done." Man Shi threw the puppet into the passage again. The puppet did not find anything unusual. This made the others think of something else. Time passed. Dongqing and Shao Kong's communication was no longer a problem. "Okay, Shao Kong, it's up to you now." Dongqing gently patted the spatial behemoth's head. The latter disappeared from the deck. Seeing the puzzled look on the others' faces, Dongqing explained, "It went to find the spatial behemoths." Not long after, Zichen felt a strong energy fluctuation. He could not help but frown. The fluctuation was so strong that it made him feel uneasy. At the same time, Dongqing said, "Everyone be careful. The spatial behemoths are coming, but there are a lot of them. Spread out." Zichen shouted and immediately retreated. Everyone else also dodged to the sides of the warship. Wang, Wang, Wang. At the center of the battlefield, space trembled violently and twisted crazily. A series of space strangles appeared, cutting the space there into pieces. Everyone was shocked. If not for Zichen's early warning, they who were in the center would have been instantly crushed into nothingness even if they had armor to protect themselves. One had to know that the strangulation technique could even damage an Imperial weapon. After using the strangle technique, the space behemoth would appear. This was a very old trick. The first to appear was Shao Kong. Its colorful body was already covered with fine scars, as if it had gone through 1,000 cuts. Its eyes were filled with pain. What appeared next were 8 giant space beasts, standing on both sides of Shao Kong. They stared at Shao Kong with burning eyes, completely ignoring the humans in the venue. All of a sudden, he had attracted 8 of them. This number was enough to make anyone click their tongue. "Little Kong is in danger," Dongqing said with heartache. "Kill." Zichen released the bowstring in his hand. In a situation where there were no outsiders, of course he would not hold back. The dragon god arrow turned into a golden and silver lightning dragon, then turned into an arrow and pierced the head of a giant space beast. Boom! Man Shi's mace smashed down, smashing the head of a giant space beast into a bloody mess. The others attacked one after another, and powerful attacks were continuously displayed. At this time, the 8 giant space behemoths launched a second wave of attacks at Shao Kong. Swoosh! Shao Kong's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. The surrounding space was completely sealed by the other giant space behemoths, and there was no way to hide. Dongqing had taken it away. The 8 incoming attacks missed and instead caused some damage to their companions. The process of the battle was very tragic. Almost everyone displayed their strongest techniques. Among them, Zichen split into 2. His physical body kept shooting arrows from afar, while his soul entered the sea of consciousness of a giant space beast and displayed his strongest attacks. Poof! A giant space beast died, and its head was almost completely shattered. Poof! Another spatial behemoth was almost cut in half and fell to the ground. Poof! 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 One by one, the giant space behemoths fell down and died. This battle was frightening but not dangerous. Everyone gained a lot. Under Dong Qing's request, after leaving 2 incomplete corpses for Shao Kong, the other 6 were used to exchange for defensive dragon armors. In this way, everyone's dragon armors were quickly collected. In addition, everyone was refining the space rainbow pills, so their understanding of space became deeper. This directly showed the efficiency of everyone's killing of the giant space behemoths, as well as their own combat strength. After all, an attack that was augmented by spatial techniques was truly powerful. Shao Kong needed the giant space behemoths to increase its strength, so the killing continued. Following that, everyone also accumulated some space rainbow pills, as well as some additional dragon-shaped weapons and defensive dragon armors. At first, the puppets were unwilling, but they could not withstand the heat of the flames. These weapons were the real best. They were not refined by ordinary refining methods. If they were placed in the Zhanwu continent, they could be exchanged for a lot of resources, even emperor-level materials. The change in the king's ranking shook the entire battlefield of despair. 6 of the top 10 existences died directly, leaving 4, but 3 of them did not set foot on the dragon boat. After some calculations, all the powerhouses on the king's ranking who entered the dragon boat, except for the 8 from the Imperial Sky region, were dead. What happened on the dragon boat? The casualties were so high. Many people wanted to know the answer to this question. During this time, Mu Mu, who had received the news, specially rushed over from the giant dragon world. When he came to the commander's ranking, he looked up and saw that only 8 names were lit. His expression also became gloomy. Obviously, 4 of the familiar faces had disappeared, and this disappearance represented death. At the same time, the strange thing was that the king's ranking now seemed to be isolated from everything. The other powerhouses could not enter the ranking at all. What happened? What danger did they encounter? Mu Mu was also puzzled. In the end, he returned to the giant dragon world. Several hundred years had passed in the giant dragon world. This place had become the most important trading place of the Imperial Sky region. During this period, there was no lack of transactions with other races. As the saying went, trading in this world, leaving this world was a life and death battle. Although Zichen was not around, the natives of the giant dragon world had already grown up. In addition, Mu Mu had the heaven and earth bell, and his battle strength was the best in the Imperial Sky region. Many forces got along very well. As for the daily benefits of the giant dragon world, it was also a very considerable number. Ever since he returned from the dragon tomb last time, Mu Mu could often feel a kind of summoning. The summoning was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, sometimes not. For the time being, he still did not understand the meaning of the summoning. On the dragon boat, everyone had been traveling for a long time. Other than killing the spatial beasts, they did not encounter any other dangers. As they went deeper, the number of spatial beasts they encountered increased, but their battle strength was much weaker. After indicating for Dong Qing to put away Shao Kong, Manshur released Mu Mu again. "What do you mean by imprisoning me like this? Don't you want to go deeper?" The moment Mu Mu came out, he said very rudely. Recently, Mu Mu's temper had gradually increased. He was no longer afraid of Zichen's earth flame. "Are we going to reach the depths soon? Why are the spatial beasts we encounter getting weaker and weaker?" Zichen asked. "Weak." Mu was stunned. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. In that case, we should be reaching soon. What do we need to pay attention to? Zichen asked. I haven't been back for a long time, so I'm not too sure. But I've already opened up the Dragon Warrior Authority for you, so there shouldn't be a problem. All right then. Zichen no longer worried about this problem. However, he had other plans in his mind, thinking of all kinds of unexpected situations that they might encounter. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. They had arrived in an even brighter space-time. In this space-time, there were some space-time ribbons floating in the sky. These ribbons were moving slowly. It was very dangerous and also very beautiful. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression immediately changed. It was as if they had come to a dream world. Everything in this space-time seemed to be static. Everything was moving slowly. Even the speed of the dragon boat's movement had slowed down. Those are all space beasts. The space behemoths that were previously invisible were all revealed. They shuttled through space and played with each other. Compared to the space behemoths that were invisible, these space behemoths were much weaker in terms of attack power and attack power. The puppet pointed at the space behemoths and said, "They have been living here for a long time. Their combat strength is relatively weak. Of course, that is only relative to the strong. If anyone dares to look down on them and provoke them, they will definitely regret it. But don't worry, they don't have the strength to break through the ship." Be it its expression or attitude, the puppet was much more arrogant, as though it was the captain of this place and this was its world. This subtle change caused everyone to have a bad feeling in their hearts. "Master!" Lei Long's voice resounded in Chen's Sea of Consciousness. Thunder Dragon. Chen was pleasantly surprised as he finally sensed the presence of the Thunder Dragon. "There is a force that has cut off the connection between you and me." Halfway through, several forces appeared and forcefully stopped me from moving forward. Lei Long immediately told Chen what had happened. After Chen heard it, he said, "In that case, you are the real captain. The dragon boat will be controlled by you and will not stop at all. Yes, although there is a force blocking it, it is only temporary. Moreover, I am also trying to break it. However, this force appears and disappears from time to time." Lei Long added. Chen could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Long Fei had sensed the choice and test of human nature. The other experts on the King list must have sensed it as well. Even the moment Chen boarded the ship, he had a very mysterious feeling in his heart. Long Fei did not choose to board the ship. He probably did not know how to choose, so he chose to give up. Tang Nua should have been the same back then. It was just that they had all guessed that they would have to compete with each other and kill each other, but they did not expect that unity was actually possible. Man Shi's shout suddenly rang out. "Look, another dragon boat!" Everyone looked into the distance and saw a second ancient dragon boat. There was only one person standing on the dragon boat. Chapter 1755. In his line of sight, the dragon boat was moving forward. The eyes of the expert on the boat flickered, and the aura around him surged. This was an obvious demonstration, but the astonishment in the other party's eyes could not be concealed. Without guessing, everyone knew why the other party was astonished. He must be wondering why there were so many people alive on this dragon boat. Not everyone was Chen, and not everyone was lucky enough to meet Yuan Hua and Yuan Jia, who had a deep understanding of space, to be able to find the puppet. Why is there a second dragon boat? Man sure looked at the puppet, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "You didn't say before." The puppet said indifferently, "But you didn't ask. Is it strange that there's a second dragon boat? You might encounter a third one." Chen asked, "What's the matter with that person? He's also the only one alive on the boat." The puppet said proudly, "Of course, not everyone can pass the test. However, this is not a big deal because he will soon become a dead man. What do you mean? You want us to kill him? No way, Manshur said angrily. Idiot. The puppet glanced at Manshur with disdain, then tiptoed to look at the second dragon boat. A sorrowful and angry dragon roar suddenly came from afar. Then a wave of energy appeared, and the ancient dragon boat exploded just like that. The explosion of the dragon boat carried an extremely strong destructive power. The only expert on the boat was directly enveloped by this destructive power, and his body also collapsed. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their minds were shaken. The puppet said proudly, "See, that dragon soul didn't sense its master's aura. After calling repeatedly to no avail, it chose to take revenge." Zichen said coldly, "Revenge? I think it's deliberately instigated." Obviously, there was a second puppet on that dragon boat. It must have said something to the dragon soul, or deliberately instigated it. But thinking about it, it made sense. Not all dragon souls were as powerful as Lei Long. And this time, the reason why there was an unprecedented change in the Imperial Sky Region's ranking list was because of Lei Long's strength. So the dragon boat couldn't deliberately seal everything. That was why the rules could detect everyone's death and change the ranking list. The dragon's soul chose to self-destruct, killing the only powerhouse. This trip to the dragon boat was completely over. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dragon boat that had just exploded reassembled in the next moment and returned to its original appearance, except that the dragon's soul and the only powerhouse were missing. The puppet had mentioned this before, but everyone was still shocked when they saw it. However, in the next instant, a small wooden puppet appeared at the bow of the ship. Its entire body was emitting light as it waved at them. The puppet beside Zichen jumped up in response. "Charge over there and catch it," Zichen suddenly said. The puppet clearly saw this scene and was startled. Then, when it saw the dragon boat change direction and go toward it, it immediately jumped into the cabin. In the next moment, the newly reassembled dragon boat turned into a stream of light and flew away. His speed was so fast that no one could catch up to him. In this almost still and beautiful world, the dragon boat moved away in a straight line. It was so abrupt. Everyone turned their heads, and their gazes fell on the puppet. The puppet spread out its hands and said indifferently, "It's useless. You can't catch up at all. Even if you give up on the dragon soul, it's too late." Zichen stared at the puppet and said, "How many more dragon boats like this are there?" The puppet said with certainty, 9. Zichen asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. As for the reason, you humans should know very well. The Zhanwu continent was divided into 9 continents. Each continent had 49 prefectures, and each prefecture had 108 cities. The 7 prefectures were a region. The place where Zichen was at was one of the 7 regions, the Imperial Sky region. This time, the 7 regions had come, so it was obvious that each continent had a dragon boat. It turned out that things were not as simple as they had imagined. Moving forward in the depths of the void, the speed of the dragon boat was almost constant. There would occasionally be 1 or 2 stops, but the time was not too long. Each puppet could stop the dragon boat for a certain amount of time. As long as the faction on the dragon boat chose to give up the first time, there would be no more accidents. For example, on the 2nd floor of the dragon boat, no one could sense whether the dragon boat was stopping or moving forward. Even if the dragon boat was moving forward, even if everyone had doubts in their hearts because they had made too many choices before, they had no choice but to continue. Take Zichen, for example. He had long guessed in his heart, but he still chose to kill Zhang Yongxi and the others. It was because they had all gone crazy from killing and would only listen to the puppet's words. There was only killing in their eyes. Instead of being constantly on guard against being killed, it was better to take the initiative to attack and fight for a way out for everyone. Zichen had done it, but 4 of his men had died along the way. Even the titled shadow of the mist had died. In this world that was almost still, everything was beautiful. The dangerous spatial ribbons and the spatial beasts had become beautiful sceneries. The dragon boat moved forward, bringing with it spatial fluctuations. The ribbons deliberately went around, and the spatial beasts also deliberately avoided them. Some even almost brushed past the hull of the boat. Soon they saw the third dragon boat. This time no accidents happened. There was a powerhouse on the boat, and this powerhouse looked at them in surprise. Then a dragon roar sounded. An entire boat exploded. There were no accidents at all. We didn't miss anything. Seeing this scene, the puppet said proudly, "Don't be complacent. There will always be a powerhouse with a dragon soul who is still alive." Man sure snorted coldly. This situation is simply impossible. The puppet said firmly, "Before boarding the boat, we will pay special attention to the owner of the dragon soul. If the other party's combat strength is too strong, we will find a way to let others join forces to kill him. There are many ways to eliminate him. If necessary, we can even open the third floor of the dragon boat until the owner of the dragon boat is seriously injured or dies." Looking at Zi-Chun and the others, the puppet said unwillingly, "As for you guys, you are completely different. Your realm is not high, but your combat strength is not weak. I was careless on the way and didn't pay attention to you guys. If I was more careful and knew that you were all alive, I wouldn't let the 6 people kill each other. Instead, I let the 6 people fight the 8 of you." The puppet was right. The initiative was in its hands. If it wanted to kill someone, it was really easy. Unfortunately, it met Zi-Chin, a guy whose realm was not high, but he did not lack wisdom. After vaguely guessing something, he decisively planned everything with everyone. He had already calculated that the 6 people on the king ranking would survive. That was why he fought with Wu Xie and was seriously injured in the last battle. With his understanding of Wu Xie, if it was a life-and-death battle, how could he let Wu Xie have a chance to fight back? Unfortunately, the puppet did not know all of this. Moreover, it was too careless. In fact, it was not careless. It had long been used to watching these people kill each other. How could it have thought that there would be a change in the middle? If Zi-Chun had not heard Long Fei's words from Old Man Shenker, he would not have been too suspicious during the process. The dragon boat Zi-Chin was on was still moving forward. Then they saw the 4th dragon boat. Just as the puppet said, there would be no accidents at all. They had already calculated that all the strongest people who survived would not be the owner of the dragon soul. And this was also the real end of the dragon boat's journey because no one could survive. I don't believe that no one can survive. Although this kind of explosion is very powerful, it is definitely not invincible. Man, sure, still did not believe it. Take Zi-Chin, for example. In the face of the explosion of the dragon boat, it was not necessarily that he would die. The puppet glanced at Manshur and said, "Don't be unconvinced. From the beginning until now, no one on these 9 dragon boats has survived the explosion. Not a single one." In fact, the puppet did not mention one thing. The power of the dragon soul explosion might not be strong, but there was still a puppet on the boat. As an emperor-level material, they would not die. Therefore, they would use some means to deliberately increase the power of the explosion, so that they could kill the strongest person in one fell swoop. Immediately afterward, the 5th dragon boat exploded, and the cultivator on it died. The 6th dragon boat appeared and then exploded. Boom! The 7th dragon boat turned into nothingness, and the cultivator died along with it. There were no accidents during this period. The puppet said proudly, "How is it? Is there no mistake in my calculations?" Everyone's mood was very heavy. It was not because of the explosion of the dragon boats, but because of what the puppet said. Since there was no mistake in his calculations, then there was no room for the invaders to survive. At this moment, in everyone's sight, the 8th dragon boat appeared. On that dragon boat, there was also a cultivator. It was a tall black shadow holding a long black staff in his hand, looking around vigilantly. The group saw the black shadow, and the black shadow also looked over. In his blood-red eyes, there was a substantial light flashing. Seeing this, the black shadow's eyes flashed, and his expression changed. Roar! A sorrowful dragon roar sounded, and a destructive aura spread out from the dragon boat. The puppet gloated and said, "It's over. This guy is going to die too." The others felt a little sorry, but they could only watch quietly. Chen's body shook, and his face was pale. In everyone's heart, the black shadow would undoubtedly die, but in the next moment, everyone saw the black shadow suddenly jump up, and at the same time, slap the dragon boat with one hand. Streaks of black light rushed out from his palm, like thousands of fine chains, instantly spread out and shrouded the hull. The dragon boat, which was about to explode immediately, paused for a moment because of these fine chains. Swoosh! At the moment of pause, the black shadow decisively teleported and disappeared. Boom! The fine chains instantly shattered, and a terrible power surged. The black shadow, who teleported outside the dragon boat, was directly sent flying by this energy, drawing a bloody line in the space. He's still alive. Everyone looked very surprised, and the puppet's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 1756. The change in the dragon boat made Mansher's eyes widen to the limit. He cried out, "He survived! He actually survived! What kind of skill is that?" Just now, the black shadow stretched out his palm, and thousands of threads spread out and tied up the dragon boat like chains. They froze time and space and prevented the dragon boat from exploding. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to shock everyone. Moreover, the black shadow could teleport away from the dragon boat. Even Mansher didn't have this skill. This is impossible. This is impossible. The puppet couldn't accept this reality. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and say in disbelief, "But he is indeed alive," Wuxia said with a smile. The black shadow was indeed alive, but he was also injured. The beautiful, still scene changed in the next moment. The spatial ribbons that avoided the dragon boat suddenly seemed to have intelligence and rushed toward the black shadow. At the same time, the spatial beasts all turned around and rushed toward the black shadow. What's going on? Why are they all alive? Mansher exclaimed. They are alive. In the end, they can't escape death. The puppet sneered. The black shadow that was flying backward forcibly stabilized his body with a flash of black light. His eyes were blood-red, and the solidified light shot out, making people's hearts palpitate. He took a step forward and dodged a spatial ribbon. At the same time, the black staff in his hand flashed, and the runes on the surface of his body lit up one by one. He swung the staff horizontally, carrying a powerful force and also containing spatial pressure. A spatial beast that was charging forward was instantly hit by the black staff. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the space behemoth's body exploded. Holy **T, this attack is too ferocious. Mansher and the others all opened their eyes wide and appeared to be very shocked. The black shadow blew up a spatial beast with a single strike. This combat strength made people tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh! The spatial ribbons streaked across, carrying a dangerous aura. The black shadow kept dodging. During this time, he had to deal with more and more spatial beasts. Boom! Another spatial beast exploded. The black shadow was very decisive, not giving the spatial beasts a second chance to attack. However, more and more spatial beasts appeared. An injured black shadow gradually found it difficult to resist. A spatial behemoth appeared behind him and opened its mouth to bite at him. The black figure immediately turned around and swung the black staff in his hand. The spatial behemoth exploded with a loud boom. However, at the same time, another giant space beast appeared and bit toward the black shadow's head. It was too late for the black shadow to dodge. Buzz! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard. Zichen, who had been waiting for a long time, released an arrow. A gold-and-silver thunder dragon flew out and arrived in front of the shadow in an instant. Pooh! The space behemoth that had just opened its mouth was killed by the arrow. What's going on? Everyone could understand why Zichen saved them, but what they couldn't understand was that the black shadow was too calm. After all, the arrow was too close to him. If it had hit his head, he would have died without a doubt. Moreover, even though he knew that he could not avoid this attack, his face was extremely calm, as if he had guessed that someone would come to his aid. After shooting the arrow, Zichen pulled back the bowstring again, and the dragon god's arrow appeared automatically. A breath later, Zichen shot another arrow, killing a space giant beast that couldn't dodge in time. The bowstring vibrated continuously. Zichen stood the bow and shot arrow after arrow. At this moment, Zichen had a smile on his face. This was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. It was very cheerful and joyful. This kind of smile was like the smile of someone who had survived a disaster. It was very rare to see on Zichen's face. It was like a reunion after a long separation. However, Zichen and this black shadow were reunited after a long separation. While everyone was puzzled, they didn't realize that the dragon boat that had changed direction had sped up a lot. This guy really likes to meddle in other people's business. Mu Zhu curled his lips, looking very dissatisfied. The black shadow was still attacking. Although injured, he was still strong. Around him, there were already many corpses of space giant beasts. Zichen was also shooting arrows, killing a large number of space giant beasts. The two were getting closer and closer. Everyone could clearly see the appearance of the black shadow. This was not a human, but a strange beast that looked like an ape. Its eyes were red, and the aura around it was surging, exuding a demonic aura. Closer, closer. He was finally getting closer. When they met again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Zichen put away his bow and shouted, "Get on the boat!" Swoosh! The black shadow disappeared and appeared on the dragon boat the next moment. The demonic aura surging around him completely disappeared. In his blood-red eyes there was an unconcealable smile, and his face was full of excitement. Ha ha, ha ha. The next moment a hearty laugh sounded. The black shadow gave Zichen a bear hug. Long time no see. Zichen patted the back of the black shadow and said excitedly, "Long time no see." The black shadow's voice was trembling. The people who had long felt that Zichen was not normal finally understood that Zichen had met an old friend. The black shadow was, of course, the monster ape. It had been a long time since the two parted in the demon territory. Zichen didn't expect to see the monster ape here, and the latter was also surprised and excited. "I almost died on the dragon boat. That life and death battle was really hateful." "What's the matter with you? Why are there so many people?" After a long time, the monster ape noticed the others. Zichen explained the reason to the monster ape. The monster ape stared at the puppet and said, "It's you little things who are playing tricks." The previously shattered dragon boat reformed. When the monster ape saw the puppet, it let out a roar and the puppet ran away. "Come on, monster ape, let me introduce you. These are all trustworthy brothers of life and death. This is Shantian Dao." Zichen began to introduce everyone to the monster ape. Man sure looked at the fierce monster ape and said, "You are the monster ape. We heard Zichen talk about you. My name is Man sure." Everyone had seen the monster apes means just now. If there was anyone present who dared to threaten to destroy the dragon boat and not die, it was only Zichen. After just showing a few moves, everyone already admired the monster ape. The monster ape's original form was the sky-splitting battle ape, a pure and rare high-level life form. It was very easy for it to step into the Emperor realm. As for whether it was a supreme beast or not, even Zichen didn't know. What happened all these years? Zichen asked. After the two parted ways, Ziqin went to the Zhan-Wu continent. After the monster ape obtained the inheritance of the sky-splitting battle ape, it also went to the Zhan-Wu continent. However, the demon race didn't go to the continent where Ziqin was, but to one of the other 8 continents. Almost all of the demon race would appear there. This time, the monster ape was lucky enough to come to the battlefield of despair and created a legend of its own. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to come here. During this time, Ziqin asked the monster ape if it had obtained the devouring god seal. The monster ape's answer was no, but it had obtained another opportunity to stimulate its potential. Other than the fact that it couldn't open its domain world, the monster ape's potential had also reached its limit. In fact, every powerhouse had their own opportunities. The devouring god seal that Ziqin and the others had obtained was not the only one. For example, in the Soul Devourer clan, there were people who specially raised some aborigines and provided them with resources so that they could condense the devouring god seal. The two sat down and talked about many things in the past. Ziqin's deeds were very interesting, and the monster apes were also unparalleled. During this time, they had encountered many kinds of schemes. It was an eye-opener for Manshur and the others. As expected of a powerhouse who had walked step by step, their wisdom and knowledge were extraordinary. As for this trip to the dragon boat, in the words of the monster ape, it was too simple. It was just constant fighting. When it entered the dragon boat, it was only at the early stage of the 9th layer. However, step by step, it relied on fighting to grow to the late stage of the 9th layer. The sky-splitting battle ape broke through by fighting. It was not a waste of its reputation. Ziqin glanced at Wu Xia, who nodded. Then he took out 2 space beast corpses and said to the puppet, "Change to a defensive dragon armor." Aren't these invisible beasts? The corpses are still useful. The monster ape asked in confusion. Obviously, it was not clear about the function. It talked about the various dangers when it encountered the invisible beasts. Manshur sat next to it and explained eagerly. Speaking of which, his eyes were shining when he looked at the monster ape. Just now, he sent a voice transmission to Ziqin, intending to spar with the monster ape. However, he was immediately stopped by Ziqin. Although the difference in their realms was not big, the monster ape's attacks were more unrestrained than Manshur's. This is not in line with the rules. Besides, he is not a dragon warrior. The puppet refused firmly. Swoosh! Ziqin raised his hand and shot out a ball of fire. The puppet screamed and jumped back. After dodging, it said deal. In fact, they had accumulated a lot of dragon armors and dragon weapons. At this moment, they just wanted to squeeze more out of the puppet. After taking the dragon armor, the monster ape nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good defense. We still have weapons. Do you want to pick one?" Manshur asked. The monster ape shook its head and said, "No, my weapon is quite handy." The monster ape's weapon came from the same place as Ziqin's heavenly thunder wings. It was the most suitable weapon for him. It was a pleasant surprise to see the monster ape. With the monster ape as a powerful force, their safety was guaranteed. After chatting for a while, Ziqin couldn't help but ask, "Is there any news about the others?" The monster ape looked disappointed and shook its head and said, "No, the Zhan-Wu continent is too big. After so many years, I don't know how they are." While chatting, Dongqing had already avoided the puppet and released Shao Kong. Shao Kong hid his figure and left the warship, heading towards the corpses of the space beasts. It had to be said that the space beasts tamed by Dongqing were somewhat special. When they deliberately hid, even the puppet could not detect them. When this still and beautiful space was over, they did not see the 9th dragon ship. It seemed that the experts on the dragon ship had died under the attack of the space beasts. The dragon ship shook slightly and entered a new space. This was a safe space. There were no spatial turbulences or space beasts around. After the dragon ship entered, they saw 8 huge ancient dragon ships docked here. In addition to these big dragon ships, there were some small skeleton ships around. From time to time, rays of light would appear in this space, and each ray of light was actually a skeleton ship that wasn't very big. There were other cultivators on the skeletal ship as well. All the ships were docked at a huge dock. At this moment, there were many cultivators moving around on the dock. Sometimes there were cold weapons flashing. As the dragon ship moved forward, a solid road appeared in front of them, extending all the way to this side. At the same time, a group of cultivators was coming this way. Zichen and the others were still curiously looking at the scene. Suddenly, the puppet jumped on the deck and shouted, "Come and kill them. They are all invaders. P.S. First of all, thank you for your support. Secondly, I want to spread this information to some friends who want to support the author but don't know where to support him. If you use a computer, you can just search for it here. There is no need for you to reward me with VIP tickets or stamps because a 10-cent VIP can read 1 chapter with an extra 1 cent. A 1 yuan stamp can read 11 chapters. If you read less, there is no need to pay a monthly subscription. A subscription is 9 cents. According to my current speed, 2 chapters of 6,000 words a day will cost you 18 cents a day. There are 30 days a month, so it will cost you a total of 40 yuan. You can read for 2 months if you charge 10 yuan. I think you don't care about 5 or 10 yuan. You just think it is troublesome. I hope you can consider the author's feelings and try to trouble him as much as possible. It is only troublesome to charge 10 yuan for 2 months. It will only take a few minutes. If you read on your phone, please search for it. You can also subscribe there. Remember, you only need to pay 9 cents a chapter. That way, you may be able to get a bonus of 3 or 200 yuan because of your good performance. As for rewards like VIP tickets, try not to. Chapter 1757. The puppet thought that it had caught him off guard, but it didn't know that Zi-chan had been paying attention to it since it stepped into the space. As soon as it jumped up and said a sentence, before it could land on the ground, a ball of fire fell on its body, instantly igniting it. "Damn it, Zi-chin, you will die a horrible death." The puppet, whose body was burning with flames, turned back and stared at Zi-chan with hatred, and at the same time let out a painful scream. Zi-chen's expression was indifferent, and the other's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. The team in the distance came over, surging with murderous intent. Obviously, these were the natives living here. This puppet really didn't tell the truth. It came here every time. "If we die together. Blow up the dragon boat." The burning of the earth fire caused the puppet to be in great pain. It went completely crazy and wanted to destroy the dragon boat. A violent aura surged out of the dragon boat. This was a sign that the boat was about to be blown up. This puppet was really vicious. It had probably planned all this for a long time. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly resounded. The entire dragon boat suddenly flashed with bright lightning. This light shrouded the boat, preventing it from exploding. "Let's go!" The thunder dragon's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone no longer hesitated. Their figures flashed, and they teleported away from the dragon boat. On the dragon boat, only the puppet burning with the earth fire was left. The next moment, even the thunder dragon rushed out. At this point, it could already leave the dragon boat. The people who retreated far away looked back at the puppet on the dragon boat. They saw that the earth fire burning on the puppet's body suddenly and slowly extinguished. The dragon boat, which should have been surging with a powerful aura, also restrained its aura. The puppet's resentful eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. Obviously, it was telling everyone that they had been fooled. Good calculation. Looking at the puppet, Zi-chin smiled coldly. This guy was sometimes very stupid, but sometimes very shrewd. It had been very arrogant all the way. Who would have thought that it could calculate that Zi-chan would kill to silence it? Everything just now was just an act to let itself live. Once they left the dragon boat, the earth fire that had isolated several spaces during this period was out of control. Naturally, it couldn't melt the puppet. However, when he said that he would kill everyone, he was definitely not joking. The next moment, these native warriors rushed forward and surrounded the group. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. They held weapons in their hands and were in a state of alert. The leader of the natives, who was at the peak of 9th tier, said coldly, "Intruders!" Everyone stood in a circle. Zichin said, "Not bad." At the same time, he looked into the distance. What happened here had attracted the attention of many aboriginals. Some of them had cold, killing intent in their eyes, while others just looked in this direction indifferently. The leader smiled coldly. "This is not a place where you should be." Zichin responded, "We felt the call, and the dragon boat brought us here." At this moment, the thunder dragon was already coiled around Zichen's waist. Its pair of dragon eyes stared ahead, and its dragon's might had been completely withdrawn. The leader sneered. "The dragon boat brought you here just to send you to your deaths." Before he could finish his words, he saw that beside Zichin, the devil ape's figure swayed and came in front of him. The black stick in its hand directly smashed down. This blow carried the power of wind and thunder, as well as the power of spatial oppression. The leader's ferocious expression turned into horror. He raised his head and tried his best to resist this blow. Boom! The black stick shining with runes fell with a terrifying destructive power. It instantly smashed the weapon and smashed the body of the native leader. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The devil ape put away the long stick, returned to Zichen's side, and said with dissatisfaction, "Noisy. If you want to fight, just fight. Why so much nonsense?" The aftermath of the energy was still surging. Man Sure was stunned. Wu Xie was also stunned. Shen Tian and the others were also stunned. They couldn't say a word. Even the natives who surrounded them were dumbfounded. What's going on? They didn't even say a few words and directly started fighting. They looked at the devil ape and felt that it was too fierce. Zichin, who knew the devil ape's temperament, was also surprised. He didn't expect the devil ape to still have such a violent personality after so many years. You dare to kill the leader. You invader, you're finished. Not only will you die, but you will also. Boom! The native powerhouse, who had just reacted, didn't wait to finish his words. His body exploded, and the weapon in his hand was also shattered. The devil ape returned to Zichen's side again. After killing 2 people in a row, Mansur and the others came to their senses. They looked carefully and found that these natives were not as powerful as they thought. At the very least, they didn't have dragon weapons or dragon armor in their hands. After killing 2 people with 2 sticks, the other natives were frightened. After meeting the devil ape's blood-red eyes, they subconsciously retreated. In the distance, a group of natives with indifferent expressions changed. Many of them exuded a cold, murderous intent. These invaders broke the rules and killed people here. Take them down. Among the natives surrounding them, another person shouted. Since the killing had already begun, there was no point in explaining. Zichin said coldly, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichin stepped forward. With a shake of the dragon-shaped weapon in his hand, a black dragon rushed out. Mansur and the others followed, each of them surging with murderous intent. In an instant, shadows of dragons flashed and dragon roars resounded. That's a dragon weapon. Oh my God, they're all dragon weapons. Everyone is holding a dragon weapon. Why do they have so many dragon weapons? A dragon weapon is equivalent to a guardian clan. We can only get it by slaughtering them. These invaders deserve to die. When the natives on the dock saw the weapons in the hands of Zichin and the others, their eyes became fiery. Their expressions became cold, and murderous intent surged around them. Almost subconsciously, they flew over. However, their figures had only flown halfway when they stopped. That was because the battle with fewer people had actually ended. Those invaders with dragon weapons killed them in seconds every time they attacked. Speaking of which, the dozen of them were not enough to kill. This pure battle power shocked all the natives on the dock. "You invaders! How dare you behave so atrociously in Extreme Gene?" A cold voice sounded from afar, and a powerful aura surged. This aura made everyone present feel pressured. This was obviously a true expert, which made Zi Chen's expression change. The first time he felt this aura, it was from Mo Ling. At that time, his memory was still fresh. When he asked, Mo Ling told him that it was realm energy. And at this moment, within this pressure, Zi Chen sensed the power of the world, the true power of the world. In other words, the owner of this voice had the power of a realm lord. However, this aura was not strong, not even as strong as Mo Ling. If the other party did not hide his strength, he should not be a realm lord, but an existence comparable to Mo Ling, hiding your head and showing your tail, pretending to be mysterious. Get out here. A tyrannical aura surged around the devil ape. Red light flashed in his eyes, displaying the delusion breaker eye that could see through all illusions. "In front of you invaders, I still need to hide." The indifferent voice sounded again, and a person appeared in the air above the dock. This person wore black armor and held a black bone blade in his hand. He looked down at Zi Chen's group indifferently. "It's Captain Dokong. Captain Dokong is here. These invaders are dead meat." That's right. Captain Dokong is an expert who has comprehended realm energy. Do Kang's appearance caused discussions to be heard again. These discussions were not suppressed, and they reached the ears of Zi Chen and the others. Hearing about realm energy, everyone's expression became serious. After all, a realm lord was too powerful, and realm energy was naturally an extraordinary existence. Other than that, the real reason why everyone was serious was that the other party could comprehend realm energy, so he must have a domain world. This was also the biggest difference between the invaders and the natives. In this place, the invaders' domain worlds were suppressed. They could not be opened at all, and they could not use the slightest bit of power. However, it was different for the natives. Their domain worlds were not affected at all, so they could comprehend realm energy. In the battlefield of despair, because everyone had different levels, experiences, and sizes of domain worlds, the natives did not have much of an advantage in front of the invaders. In fact, the soul-devouring clan was their nemesis. However, it was different here. With realm energy, they were much stronger than the invaders. This was a place where experts gathered. The discussions around made Do Kung very proud. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at everyone. Zi Chen raised his head and looked at his opponent. He was thinking about the combat strength of both sides. Speaking of which, although the world energy had surprised him, he wasn't afraid. If they really fought, Zi Chen wouldn't be afraid of his opponent at all. Zi Chen's confidence came from the weapon on the other party. It was not the dragon weapon in the hands of Zi Chen and the others, but the black weapon used by the soul-devouring clan. "We were summoned here. If you are not convinced, come at me. I promise not to leave anyone alive," Zi Chen said to Do Kang. At this moment, he could not keep backing down. What a big tone. Do Kang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The devil ape was about to step forward, but it was stopped by Zi Chen. He said, "Let me fight this battle." Realm energy was strange after all, and it might have extraordinary means. Zi Chen definitely could not let the devil ape take the risk. He held the dragon spear and walked forward step by step. The other natives looked at Zi Chen as if they were looking at a dead man. How could a mere late-stage 9th level compare to a peak 9th level who had comprehended realm energy? Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure disappeared. He used teleportation and launched a fierce attack. Do Kang accurately sensed the direction where Zi Chen appeared. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slammed a palm at Zi Chen. On this palm, in addition to the unique domain energy, there was also the realm energy. This energy completely changed the space and shrouded Zichen, making him feel as if time and space were in chaos. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. He pierced out with his spear. A golden dragon flashed from the tip of his spear and directly moved forward. The two collided, causing an energy shock. Chapter 1758. The two attacks collided, causing a loud explosion. The natives were confident in their realm force, but it wasn't as powerful as they had imagined. Facing Zichen's dragon spear, the realm force on the bone saber instantly shattered. The spear's momentum didn't decrease as it struck Dokang's chest, causing him to cough up blood and fly backwards. The realm force wasn't as powerful as they had imagined, but it wasn't weak either. At the very least, he had managed to survive Zichen's spear. Silence reigned. The natives stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They had thought that Lord Dokang, who had comprehended the realm force, would be able to sweep through or even insta-kill this late-stage, ninth-stage invader. Who would have thought that Lord Dokang would be defeated in a single strike? Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, the result was still unbelievable. The stunned natives all turned their gazes to Zichen's hand. There was a black dragon spear there, surging with the aura of dragon might. Everyone naturally thought that the reason the invader wasn't afraid of the realm force was because of that dragon spear. Just as this thought appeared in their minds, they became more and more certain of their conjecture. Their gazes towards the dragon weapon became extremely heated. In their world, the strongest weapon was the dragon weapon. It was rumored that the dragon weapon was personally forged by the dragon god and left behind for the guardian tribes. Every tribe had a dragon weapon and a dragon armor, and the authority to distribute them was the guardian tribe's patriarch. Dragon weapons and dragon armors were limited in number. In such a vast world, there were less than 1,000 of them out of the trillions of natives. With the arrival of the invader, the entire world collapsed. Dragon weapons and dragon armors were lost in large quantities, and their numbers dwindled. Even Captain Dokang, who had comprehended the realm force, didn't have one. "You're courting death." Dokang was sent flying. His face darkened and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The bone saber in his hand trembled, and the realm force began to surge as he slashed towards Zichen. Zichen's expression was cold and indifferent. He raised his spear, preparing to kill Dokang in a single strike. Dokang possessed a realm and didn't need to worry about energy consumption. If the battle continued indefinitely, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Zichen. The other party was not as strong as he had imagined. He was just an ordinary peak tier 9 expert. However, he had an additional layer of realm power. He was much weaker than Mo Ling. Zichen leaped forward and thrust the dragon spear in his hand forward. A black dragon surged out and let out a resounding dragon roar. The black dragon was like a living creature, extremely lifelike. Its eyes were wide open, and a terrifying aura emanated from its body. Boom! The power of the world flowing around the black bone saber shattered once more. This time, even the bone saber fell out of Zhang Xian's hand. Dokang fell back, his arm numb. Enraged by the two defeats, he unleashed his domain and extended it toward Zichen. Obviously, he was confident that he could kill Zichen in his own world. Zichen raised his head and looked at the falling domain. He didn't try to avoid it, but instead waited patiently. The first layer of world power was not strong, and Zichen could easily break through it. However, if he wanted to kill Dokang in one hit, he still lacked some power. Enough, stop! Just as Zichen was about to be enveloped by the domain, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Dokang's expression changed when he heard this voice. However, the two defeats had made him furious. How could he be willing to listen? In an instant, Zichen was sucked into the domain. Just as the domain closed in, Dokong saw a smile on Zichen's face. That smile was cold and contained a hint of mockery. An even stronger world power appeared, and a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Nonsense, this is really nonsense. He had arrived just in time, but unfortunately, Dokong did not listen to him. This made his expression turn ugly. "Greetings, Commander Bojian." The natives' expressions changed when they saw the middle-aged man, and they immediately bowed. At the same time, they were relieved. Although Bojian was only a vice commander, his comprehension of world power had already reached the third layer. As a Tier 3 dragon warrior, it would not be a problem for him to deal with these invaders. However, they did not think that the invader would be able to survive. After entering Dokeng's domain, he was destined to die. For a moment, they felt a little envious. Clearly, Dokong would be able to obtain a dragon weapon. All of this happened in just 2 breaths. Before the vice commander could even snort at the natives, Zichin, who had just disappeared, reappeared. Seeing Zichin, everyone was very surprised. Did Dokong suddenly go back on his word? But in the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. They looked up at the sky and saw a small world shattering. The fragments of the domain fluttered in all directions and gradually disappeared into space. This is a shattered small world. How could a small world shatter? It's a domain, Captain Dokeng's domain. Everyone cried out in alarm, their faces full of horror. In just 2 breaths, Dokong, who was fighting on his home ground, had his domain destroyed. As for Captain Dokong, he was obviously dead. "You killed Dokong?" The vice commander stared at Zichin. His already ugly face became even gloomier, and there was unconcealable surprise in his eyes. "He deserved to die," Zichin replied coldly. Mo Yuan and the others teleported over and stood beside Zichin, staring at the vice commander warily. The vice commander's strength was clearly stronger than the previous one. The vice commander's expression changed several times. He was quite angry at Zichen's indifference, but thinking of the purpose of his visit, he could only endure it for the time being. He said, "Welcome to Extreme Gene." Zichin was stunned, and there was a look of astonishment on his face. He had thought of several possible reactions from the vice commander and was even prepared to kill another person. However, he definitely did not expect the vice commander to say such a thing. Mo Yuan and the others were also stunned and somewhat confused. The natives around them were completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Weren't the natives and the invaders enemies? Shouldn't both sides fight to the death? However, why did the vice commander say welcome when he appeared? "Commander, these invaders did not distinguish between right and wrong. They started killing as soon as they arrived. They have already killed more than a dozen guards." A peak rank 9 native stepped forward. He was very dissatisfied, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the vice commander. "All right, I already know what happened. No matter who they are, as long as they are summoned here, they are a part of Extreme Gene." There was an uproar all around. Clearly, no one expected the vice commander to say such a thing. Not only did he not hold the invaders responsible, but he also allowed them to enter Extreme Gene. What was going on? Actually, the vice commander did not understand either. Everything was ordered by the higher-ups. He glanced at Zichin and the rest of the 9 and said, "Follow me. Remember, no fighting is allowed in Extreme Gene." Zichin and the others had puzzled expressions on their faces, but they had no choice but to follow the other party. Along the way, they saw many natives. These people looked at them curiously, indifferently, or with hostility. It seemed that this was the first time they saw invaders in Extreme Gene. As they walked, some news quickly spread. In an instant, the way the natives looked at them changed again. They became passionate. Bo Jian had said that no fighting was allowed here. However, looking at the gazes of the people around them, they were obviously in for a lot of trouble. Throughout the journey, Bo Jian did not say a word. His face was gloomy. Zichin had many doubts in his heart, but he could not ask. Soon they saw a huge city. This city was built in the air. It was a city in the sky. This was a city that had been eroded by time. The surrounding walls of the city were constantly eroded by the power of space, causing this city in the sky to have an additional mysterious aura. At the entrance of the city, there were natives entering and exiting continuously. They were either in the late stage or the peak stage. On the city gate, the words Extreme Gene were carved. It was clearly the name of this city. Under the gazes of many people, the group followed Bo Jian into the city. After Bo Jian brought them to a rather large courtyard, he left after telling them not to cause any trouble. Everyone was even more baffled. What was the matter with staying here all of a sudden? Moreover, this city was very mysterious. There were too many natives of the ninth heaven gathered here. There was no lack of people who had comprehended the power of the realm. Any one of these people would be a powerhouse on the list. However, they stayed here and let the other natives fall into the abyss of suffering. Previously, Ziqin had also tried to sense this space. This space was very safe, but this was also the only city in this space. This should be the depths of the world. But why did they stay here? What about the endless power of the realm? What about the opportunity to become a ruler? Could it be that all of this was nonsense from the puppet? Or was it another one of the puppet's scams? Everyone had all kinds of doubts in their hearts. Unfortunately, no one came to answer them. Liars, you liars! Just as everyone was puzzled, they heard an angry voice from outside the door. Then a small puppet walked in. It was the puppet from the dragon ship. You took the spatial beast's inner core and didn't even tell me. How despicable! The puppet said rudely. It was obvious that it was very angry. You little thing! How dare you come here? At Ziqin's signal, Manshur immediately stepped forward and grabbed the puppet's neck. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. They were very unfamiliar with this place. They needed to threaten the puppet to get useful information. You dare to fight here with just the few of you? The puppet was restrained, but it was not afraid. Instead, it looked at everyone disdainfully. I'll kill you right now, Manshur said fiercely. His eyes were full of killing intent. The puppet was still not afraid. It said coldly, I'm the one who should kill you. As its voice fell, figures suddenly appeared around the residence where everyone was. These figures all exuded the aura of the peak of the ninth heaven. They held weapons in their hands and looked at them coldly. There were no less than 50 of them. Although they did not use the power of the realm, perhaps they were deliberately suppressing it. Such a scene caused the puppet to be very pleased, and its gaze towards Ziqin's group was filled with disdain. Do you have nothing better to do? Ziqin glanced at these people. His expression became cold. Hey! Chapter 1759. You dare to surround this place? Are you looking for death? The demon ape's blood-red eyes flashed with murderous intent. The others also stared coldly at the natives. Comparatively speaking, the puppet who had no combat power was ignored. These natives who came with ill intentions looked increasingly cold. They looked like they would attack at the slightest disagreement. However, there were only 50 of them, and they did not have dragon weapons or dragon armor. Ziqin's group was not afraid at all. These people did not say a word, but their oppressive aura made the atmosphere very tense. The puppet, who was caught by Manshur, said proudly, they are Ziqin's guards. They have the authority to enforce the law. I don't believe you dare to attack them. Ziqin replied coldly, this is my residence. Whoever dares to come in will be killed without mercy. As he spoke, Ziqin held a ball of earth fire in his hand. The puppet's expression changed. You are an intruder. This is not your residence. Ziqin sneered. Then let them come in and try. As he spoke, he threw the ball of fire in his hand. The puppet's expression changed. Light flashed around its body. There was no surge of energy, but it broke free from Mansher's hand and appeared outside the door. Its expression was extremely unsightly. It had never thought that Zi-Chen would dare to attack. Along the way, it was very familiar with Zi-Chen's battle prowess. If they attacked, these people wouldn't be enough for them to kill. Moreover, its purpose was not to kill Zi-Chen. The puppet said to Zi-Chen, "I will not make things difficult for you. Just hand over the dimensional beast cores." Thinking about those space behemoths again, Marionette's heart was filled with uncontrollable rage. The authority could not be activated at will. It did not only allow Zi-Chen and the others to do so because it was afraid of the earth fire, but also because it had other plans. It first gave away 2 dragon-shaped weapons for free. Then, according to the price of the 2-dimensional beasts, it began to exchange for dragon armor for everyone. Clearly, the puppet was at a disadvantage at this price, and it was a huge loss. However, it did not care because these things would eventually belong to it. To be more precise, these things would eventually belong to Ji-Jin. However, who would have thought that after arriving here, Ji-Jin and the other experts did not kill these intruders as it wanted? It had already suffered a great loss. When it found that the dimensional beast had lost their cores, it immediately brought people over to demand an explanation. This kind of exchange was not easy. From the beginning to the end, in tens of thousands of years of sailing, the 9 dragon boats had only encountered such a situation once. The dragon boats had their own rules. No one could change that. In the beginning, the dragon boats had no puppets. The natives who accepted the summoning would naturally come to Ji-Jin after boarding the boats. However, ever since the world was destroyed by the invaders, the dragon boats' summoning could only summon invaders. Hence, the puppets appeared. Their main purpose was to kill the invaders. As for the weapons used to exchange for items on the dragon boat, the puppets had no right to use them. As for why it was able to gain access, the puppet guessed that it was likely because of the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon was the most powerful and majestic true dragon it had ever seen. Along the way, it did not hesitate to exchange more dragon armor for Zi-Chen because it wanted to strengthen Ji-Jin's power. The puppet stated its intention, but it only received a dream on in return. It was impossible for it to obtain the dimensional beast cores. Zi-Chen, don't be too proud. You can't stay in Ji-Jin for free. You can only stay here for a month. After a month, if you want to stay here again, you have to pay the dimensional beast cores. The puppet did not dare to enter. After shouting at the door, it left unwillingly. The guards also left. Uffed! I have to pay the dimensional beast cores to stay here. I don't want to stay here, Mansher said unhappily. It's fine if you don't stay here. You can stay outside Ji-Jin City. A voice was heard. Another person walked in. This person was only at the late 9th level. After entering, he cupped his hands at everyone with a kind smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ju Tai, the person in charge of miscellaneous matters in Ji-Jin City. I'm sure everyone has a lot of doubts. I'm here to answer your questions. Ju Tai appeared to be very polite. He did not have the hostility that a native should have when meeting an intruder. Zi-Chan invited him into the main hall and gestured for him to sit. There was everything in the room. Dong Qing poured tea for Ju Tai, which made him feel flattered. Because of the law of the cultivation world, there were not many women who could become experts, and there were even fewer beautiful women who could become experts. After thanking him, Ju Tai looked at Zi-Chen and asked, "What do you want to know?" Zi-Chen had a lot of doubts now, but he did not know where to start. He could only say, "Tell us everything you know." The devil ape and the others did not sit. Instead, they stood behind Zi-Chen and looked at Ju Tai. Ju Tai was a little stunned. Clearly, this was the first time he had received such an answer. Usually, the first thing everyone asked was why they were summoned. After a pause, Ju Tai said, "Then let's start with the dimensional beast cores. It's the most valuable thing on a dimensional beast. It's also the unified currency in Ji-Jin City." Currency. Everyone was surprised. That's right. For example, this room is still free now. But 1 month later, if you want to stay here, you have to pay 3-dimensional beast cores. You have to pay 3-dimensional beast cores every month. The fee is based on the size of the room. Other than accommodation, the dimensional beast cores can also be used to exchange for other things. You can exchange them privately or in Jijin City's exchange hall. Ju Tai glanced at the crowd and said, "For example, you guys can exchange for some dragon origins used for cultivation. Of course, the greatest use of the Space Beast Core is to help us peak 9th level experts comprehend the power of leaving the world. As for whether you invaders can comprehend it or not, I'm not sure." Zichen nodded and said, "If that's the case, we need a lot of dimensional beast cores. There should be a special place to hunt dimensional beasts, right?" Ju Tai said, "There's one on your way here, but the dimensional beasts there are very dangerous and the distance is too far. Under normal circumstances, it's not recommended for everyone to go there. Besides that, behind Jijin City, which is the depths of the world, there are many dimensional beasts there. Many experts form teams to hunt there. Oh, right, if you're in a hurry, you can rent a dragon bone ship. That's faster. The cost is 1-dimensional beast core. Isn't this the depths of the world? You can say that, but this space was forcibly opened up. It's a safe space. Strictly speaking, it's just a safe station in the depths of the world." Ju Tai explained in detail. Jijin City was specifically used to receive the summoned natives. According to Ju Tai, not all of the battlefields of despair had fallen. There were some places that were still intact. The natives of these places only knew about the invaders from ancient books. Those places were very similar to the giant dragon world. They had been forcibly isolated. "Those who have been summoned stay here," said Yizichen. "Yes. Then what about the so-called opportunity? The opportunity lies in the depths of the real world. It's said that there's a gate there. Currently, no one has found the key to the gate. Is Jijin City considered a force?" Ju Tai thought about it and said it should be. Those who have comprehended the power of the outside world are called dragon warriors. Dragon warriors are divided into 9 levels. The city lords are at the 9th level. The dragon envoys are at the 7th or 8th level. The commanders are at the 5th or 6th level. The vice commanders are at the 3rd or 4th level. And the senior captains are at the 1st or 2nd level. Ju Tai looked at them and kindly reminded them, "You are the only invaders that I have ever heard of and seen who have made it here alive. To be able to pass through so many trials and come here, I believe that each of you is very strong. However, what I want to say is that something has happened in the depths of the world, and the door has not been opened for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, powerful natives have been constantly summoned here, and many of them have become dragon warriors. Although there is only one city lord, there are still some level 9 dragon warriors." Their expressions became more serious, although they had never seen the so-called 9-level power of the outside world. 9 was already the limit. One more step and they would be able to become a real realm lord. An existence that was second only to a realm lord was obviously very strong. Zichen and the others nodded solemnly. They decided to keep a low profile. "Why haven't we seen anyone who has comprehended the power of the outside world in the battlefield of despair?" Zichen asked the question in his heart. Ju Tai's answer was much simpler. It was because that world had been destroyed by the invaders. They couldn't sense the power of the outside world. Not only did that world suppress the invaders, but it also had some restrictions on the natives. Only by coming here could these restrictions be greatly alleviated. But without the spatial beasts, it would be very difficult to comprehend the power of the outside world. Ju Tai continued. "It's said that after the gate in the depths of the world opens, the power of the outside world will be scattered again. At that time, everyone will be able to break through and become a realm lord." Zichen clicked his tongue when he heard this. Who knew how many experts had gathered in Jijin City over the past tens of thousands of years? Once all of them became realm lords, it would be a devastating disaster for the entire battlefield of despair. At that time, no matter where the invaders were, if they didn't leave, only death would await them. As if he had guessed Zi Chen's thoughts, Ju Tai smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry. Even if they can break through, they might not choose to return." Why? I heard from some of the older generation experts here that after the gate in the depths of the world opens, not only will the power of the outside world scatter, but another world will also open. That's a high-level world. I think those experts will definitely choose to enter that world. Of course, all of this is just a legend, because these people in Jijin City have never seen the gate in the depths of the world open. For the sake of another world, they won't even take revenge. Man sure was puzzled. The original world's laws were severely damaged, but some of them still exist. They even have great power. They are worried that if they rashly go there, they will be killed by the laws. Oh right, there's another rumor. It's said that the secret to becoming a realm lord lies in the depths of the world. Once one becomes a realm lord, there's hope to repair the broken laws of the world and restore the world to its original state. So this is true. Zi Chen and the others' expressions changed slightly. Their hearts were shaken. Chapter 1760. Ju Tai told Zi Chen several rumors in a row, but none of them were confirmed. When will the door to the depths of the world open? I'm not sure, but everyone is working hard to find the key to open it. Maybe the city. Lord knows how it's going. Then can we still go back? Go back? Yeah. Has no one ever thought of going back? Only here can we sense the power of the realm. Only here can we become stronger. Who would want to go back? The conversation ended here. There were many things that Chi Tai didn't know. If you want to go out and form a team, you can contact me. I will find some reliable people for you. Before leaving, Chi Tai kindly reminded them. Zi Chun thanked him and said that he was willing to consider it. After sending Ju Tai off, the 9 of them sat together and discussed what to do next. The most important thing now is to improve our strength. I think we need to go to the trading hall and take a look. On the dragon boat, they could still scam the puppet and get the free dragon source to improve their strength, but not here. They quickly reached an agreement and went to trade for some dragon sources first. As soon as they walked out of the door, they sensed many pairs of eyes around them, and they were staring at them. Everywhere they passed, they saw some natives pointing at them from afar. It's those invaders. They have 18 dragon weapons and 15 dragon armors. That's what the news said. It shouldn't be wrong. Their realm is not high, but they have so many dragon weapons. There will be a good show to watch. Among the whispers around, some were not suppressed and clearly passed into the ears of Zi Chen and the others. Damn it, it must be that puppet. The number of weapons and dragon armors was very accurate. It must be the puppet that spread the news. We can't fight here. Let them talk. The demon ape seemed to be very indifferent. If they had the guts to come up, it didn't mind smashing them to death. Outside the platform, there were some private trading places. This was also a place that Zi Chen and the others had to pass by. Seeing Zi Chen and the others coming, the eyes of these vendors lit up. Glancing at the goods, Zi Chen shook his head in disappointment. There was no dragon source here, only some weapons and other materials. There were also a few emperor-grade materials, but for people like Zi Chen, they were useless. Just as they were about to enter the trading hall, a native stopped Zi Chen's group and said, "I heard that you have dragon weapons." Zi Chen looked at him and said, "What do you want?" The native extended his hand and said, 20 beast cores for one. I'll buy as many as you sell." A light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. They had only exchanged 2 giant spatial beasts for this. He never thought that they would be able to sell 20 of them here. The others were also very surprised. The native smiled faintly and said, "How about this price?" I'll let you earn 18 beast cores. Zi Chen's face immediately darkened. He didn't expect that damned puppet to tell him everything. No, Zi Chen said coldly. You. The native's eyes flashed coldly. Fan Ming, do you really think we're stupid? You want a dragon weapon for 20 beast cores? Are you still dreaming? An old middle-aged man came forward and said to Zi Chen, Little friend, how about I give you 5 times the price? Xiao Jun, what do you mean? The native named Fan Ming said angrily. The middle-aged man ignored him and looked at Zi Chen. Sorry, I do have a dragon weapon, but it's only for my own use. After saying that, Zi Chen ignored the two of them and led the others straight to the trading hall. Fan Ming, who was originally angry, calmed down and even became cautious. He looked at Xiao Jun and said they didn't take the bait. What should we do? Xiao Jun's face flashed with anger and said, Send people to watch them closely. I don't believe that they won't leave the city. Fan Ming hesitated and said, But they're not weak. The invader leader even killed Do Kang in an instant. Xiao Jun said, That trash Do Kang was only a level 1 dragon warrior. It's normal for him to die. However, the enemy is indeed difficult to deal with. There are so many people around him. We need to plan carefully. Zi Chen, who walked into the trading hall, couldn't help but smile. The two of them didn't cooperate well enough. However, he knew the price of a dragon weapon. In that case, the puppet didn't have good intentions when he gave them the dragon weapon at such a low price. There were many natives in the trading hall, but it was relatively quiet. There weren't many bargaining voices. There were also no receptionists. When Zichen came in, he saw the dragon source he needed and walked straight up. The stall owner was an old man who was dozing off. It seemed that business was not good. The value of a dimensional beast core was too high. Under normal circumstances, very few people would exchange it for a useless dragon source. After all, the dragon source could only increase one's strength. It couldn't increase one's comprehension of space, let alone the power of the world. There were many crystal balls on the counter. The dragon source was placed in each crystal ball. The dragon source was as big as a fist, and it swayed back and forth in the crystal ball like liquid. It was compressed by space. It didn't look like there were many of them, but there were quite a lot after it was opened. In front of the crystal ball, there was a number 1. It was obvious that one-dimensional beast core could be exchanged for one dragon source. The dragon source was almost useless in this place. However, in the battlefield of despair, it was a real treasure. After estimating the number of dimensional beast cores he had, Zichen took out 9 dimensional beast cores. He was ready to exchange them for the dragon sources in the crystal balls. As soon as Zichen took out the dimensional beast cores, the old man woke up. His eyes flashed. Zichen put the 9 dimensional beast cores in front of him and said, I'll exchange for 9. The old man didn't take the dimensional beast cores. Instead, he looked at Zichen and said, Invader. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought that this old man wouldn't do business with invaders, right? One had to know that invaders were discriminated against here. He nodded calmly. The old man said, Your dimensional beast core is mid-grade. One can exchange for 10 low-grade dimensional beast cores. Zichen was stunned. These dimensional beast cores came from the dimensional beasts killed by the demon ape. They were relatively weak existences. Zichen deliberately took them out. If dimensional beast cores were divided into grades, then what about the ones he killed? While thinking, Zichen took out another dimensional beast core. He asked humbly, May I ask, Senior, what grade this is? The old man looked at the dimensional beast core in Zichen's hand. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, Top grade. It can be exchanged for 1,000 ordinary dimensional beast cores. Zichen was stunned. His face was full of astonishment. Everyone else was dumbfounded. This was an outcome that no one had expected at all. Originally, They thought that they had gotten a big bargain by only exchanging 2-dimensional beast cores for a dragon-shaped weapon. Who would have thought that it would be 2,000-dimensional beast cores? And the 2 idiots outside actually said that they would exchange it for 20 and 200-dimensional beast cores. Seeing that Zichen didn't speak, the old man waited quietly. In order to thoroughly understand the true value of the dimensional beast core, Zichen asked again, "May I ask, Senior, how many dimensional beast cores a dimensional beast core can be exchanged for?" The old man was a little surprised, but he still answered Zichen's question. He pointed at the dimensional beast core in Zichen's hand and said, "If you are willing to sell, I can give you 10 to 15 of these dimensional beast cores." Everyone gasped, while the demon ape was secretly angry. It had killed 3-dimensional beasts on the dragon boat. According to the grade, these dimensional beast cores were definitely in the category of dimensional beast cores. If it was exchanged for dimensional beast cores, it could be exchanged for 3,000 dimensional beast cores. Zichen nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the puppet didn't know the value of the dimensional beast core, nor did it know the grade of dimensional beast cores. He currently had 3 grades of dimensional beast cores. One of them was the one he killed when he first encountered the dimensional beast. At that time, everyone had to work together to kill that guy. That was the dimensional beast core. On the way forward, the dimensional beasts they encountered were obviously weaker, and their concealment methods were not very good. That should be the dimensional beast core. After coming out of that space, the dimensional beasts that the demon ape killed without concealment were of the dimensional beast core. At that time, when the demon ape arrived, Wu Xie took out 2 corpses and exchanged them with the puppet. Zichen remembered that the puppet took out 2-dimensional beasts of the dimensional beast core. It could be seen that the puppet didn't know the true grade of the dimensional beast core. In fact, this made sense because the puppet was deliberately refined and had always been on the dragon boat. Only every time the dragon boat docked would it get off the boat to hand over something. They were like puppets. Although they had thoughts, they didn't know how to cultivate at all. Other than tricking invaders, they knew very little about other things. In addition, the special privilege was opened because of the Thunder Dragon. It had never encountered such a thing before, but it was very clear in its heart how powerful those dimensional beasts were. Therefore, it decided to exchange 2-dimensional beasts for one. In fact, if it wanted 1,000 dimensional beasts, it would be equivalent to 1,000 dimensional beasts of the dimensional beast core. Before setting the price, it had obviously thought carefully. 1-dimensional beast core was too easy, but 2 was just right. The scene on the dragon boat was completely a transaction between 2 people who didn't know the trade. But in the end, Zichen made a big profit. In order to express his gratitude, Zichen bought 100 crystal balls. These dragon origins should be enough for them to refine for a while. Zichen, who originally felt that he was very poor, suddenly found that he was actually carrying a mountain of gold on his back. He immediately felt a lot more confident. He had already made up his mind to cultivate in the city and strive to reach the peak of the 9th level. Next, Zichen and the others continued to walk in the hall. They saw many weapons and defensive armors. These weapons all contained the power of space. Although they couldn't be compared to dragon weapons, the difference in grade wasn't that big. The prices among them also ranged from a few dozen to 1,000. During this period, there were a few good emperor-grade materials. The rich Zichen directly bought them, planning to break through to the realm of the Sector Lord in the future. When walking out of the trading hall, Zichen felt like he was walking with the wind. The dimensional beast cores he had were enough for them to break through, and it was also enough for them to live here for decades or even centuries. This way, even if those people coveted their weapons, they wouldn't dare to make a move in the city. The other people who wanted to hunt all became discouraged when they saw Zichen take out a beast core. As long as the other party stayed in the city, no one could make a move. Chapter 1761. One day, just one day. No, it should be said that in just one night, the 100 crystal balls that he bought yesterday to store the dragon origin were gone. It wasn't that it had been stolen, but that the dragon source within it had been completely refined. The old man was kind and gave a lot of dragon origin. At the very least, Zi-Chin could not refine one in one night. The others did not refine one, and the remaining 91 crystal balls were completely empty. It all started from yesterday. Everyone was refining the dragon origin, and Lei Long also said that he wanted to refine it. Along the way, he steered the dragon boat forward. Its realm did not increase, and it was now at the late stage of the 9th level. It was still a distance away from the peak. Zi-Chin gave Lei Long a crystal ball, but Lei Long said that it might not be enough. Therefore, Zi-Chin did not care and put all the crystal balls here, saying that he would take them after refining them so that he did not have to go to him to ask for them. After a night with the hourglass, Lei Long woke him up the next day and told him that the dragon origin was gone. You finished refining in one night. Zi-Chin still could not believe it. Lei Long nodded and said, I can refine faster here. When the others saw the empty crystal ball, they were very surprised. However, it was a Lei Long after all, and it had a high compatibility with the dragon origin, so no one cared. Therefore, Zi-Chin did not say anything and went to buy 200 crystal balls. The next day, there was not a single one left. In 24 hours, Lei Long had refined all of them. On the third day, Zi-Chin spent a top-grade beast core in exchange for 1,000 crystal balls. Because he needed a lot, the old man smiled and gave Zi-Chin an extra bottle, saying that he would come often. There were 1,000 portions of dragon origin. Zi-Chin signaled Lei Long to refine them. After all, its strength could increase, and it was very good for everyone. Lei Long completed Zi-Chin's request very well. It only took him 3 days to refine all 1,000 portions of the potion. Zi-Chin was dumbfounded, and the others were also very surprised. As expected of Lei Long, who had the highest compatibility with the dragon origin, it did not need to refine it at all. It could just absorb it directly. After that, the Thunder Dragon did not excite Zi-Chin any further. Its consumption rate had stabilized at 1,000 dragon origins every 3 days, which meant that it consumed one extreme-grade beast core every 3 days. Along the way, because they had squeezed in quite a few dragon soldiers and refined some beast pills, they only had a dozen or so top-grade beast pills and 20 high-grade beast pills. As for the middle-grade beast pills, they had already used them up 2 days ago. Very soon, a month had passed. Zi-Chen's wealth had shrunk rapidly. Initially, he had thought of not coming out of extreme gold for decades, but after a month, he had given up on that idea. In this 1 month, he had spent more than a dozen beast cores. This kind of extravagance had once again attracted attention and uproar. Does this guy eat the dragon source as if it's his meal? That's more than 10,000 portions of dragon source. Even if you eat it like rice, you won't be able to finish it. Over 10,000 dragon origins are gone, but their cultivation levels haven't increased at all. Are they all monsters? Indeed, a month had passed. Including Lei Long, no one's cultivation had increased. During this month, the happiest person was of course the old man. The dragon source that he had accumulated for many years had finally found a good buyer. In just 1 month, the sales had already exceeded the total sales of his 100 years. Now, he wanted nothing more than to worship Zi-Chin. Looking at this invader, Zi-Chin, he was even more affectionate than looking at other natives. Moreover, every time the old man would generously give Zi-Chin an extra portion. This made man sure snort disdainfully. Too stingy. Some people saw this and were happy in their hearts. In this way, it wouldn't be long before Zi-Chin and the others went out. Now, no less than 10 forces were stationed around Zi-Chin's residence day and night. Even if a fly flew out, they would immediately report it. Very soon, another half a month had passed. It was time for everyone to consider going out to hunt spatial beasts. Why don't we wait a little longer? If we go out now, we can only wait to be eaten. The fortune teller suggested, "It's the same no matter how long we wait. These guys are all dogs. They won't leave until they eat the bones." Man sure snorted. He was very much in favor of going out. We can't always endure. We have to intimidate them. The devil ape's eyes flashed with red light. It seemed somewhat excited. The sky-splitting battle ape liked to fight. Only in battle could his cultivation level increase faster. Wait for me to come back. Zichen walked out of the room and saw a cultivator standing in the distance. After seeing Zichen come out, the cultivator's expression changed slightly and he turned to leave. "Wait." Zichen stopped him. "There's something." This person had obvious hostility. "Do you know where Vice Commander Bo Jian lives?" Zichen asked. Before leaving, he had to clarify some things. The other party was startled at first. Then he told Zichen where Bo Jian lived. In this place, Zichen only knew 3 people. One was Bo Jian, one was Ju Tai, and one was an old man who sold dragon origins. Ju Tai was only at the late 9th layer and couldn't help Zichen much. The old man was a merchant. Zichen thought about it and went to find Bo Jian. When he arrived at Bo Jian's residence, the latter seemed very surprised. Then Zichen asked for some details. When Zichen got the answers he wanted and left Bo Jian's residence, the latter's expression was very gloomy. "Let's go." There was no need to deliberately prepare. Zichen called out from outside the door, and everyone walked out. "How is it?" the fortune teller asked. "I've pretty much understood everything. Let's go and rent a dragon bone boat first." The group walked out of Extreme Peak City. As soon as Zichen and the others left, the cultivators surrounding his residence disappeared one by one. Then, almost the entire city, which was paying attention to Zichen and the other invaders, knew that Zichen had left. Before leaving, Zichen prepared enough dragon origins for the Thunder Dragon to refine. Coincidentally, they met Ju Tai at the door, and both sides greeted each other. "Do you want me to help you?" Ju Tai was about to ask if they should find some reliable people to team up with, but he suddenly felt something strange behind him. When he turned around, his expression immediately changed. Hundreds of natives followed behind him, including some dragon warriors. He immediately transmitted his voice, "You'd better not go. It's very dangerous." Zichen patted Ju Tai's shoulder and had a good impression of this native. Then he said, "Can't help it. I've been a little tight recently." After leaving Extreme Peak City, everyone turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the dock. The people behind also followed, but they didn't say a word. They even deliberately lowered their speed to allow Zichen and the others to board the boat. When they arrived at the dock, Zichen took out 5 beast cores and rented a dragon bone boat with medium speed. He took the dragon bone boat's control token and directly jumped on. The dragon bone boat was also a spatial technology, and the area inside was not small. After entering, Zichen activated the dragon bone boat's full speed. Seeing Zichen and the others board the boat, cheers immediately came from behind. Then the natives jumped on the dragon bone boat one after another. Because Zichen rented a medium speed boat, if they rented a low speed boat, they naturally couldn't catch up. So they all increased the price to rent a medium speed boat, and some even rented a high speed boat. Suddenly, the boat owner's business became better. The dragon bone boat turned into a stream of light and flew behind Extreme Peak City. Soon, it reached the end of this safe space and headed toward the real depths of the world. Before coming, Zichen had already asked around about the places where there were more spatial beasts and higher grades. Man sure looked back and said, "They're about to catch up." Indeed, the natives who rented the high-speed boat had already appeared in their sight. The two sides were getting closer and closer. "Lei Long increased the speed," Zichen said indifferently. Lightning surged, and Lei Long poured a trace of power into the dragon bone boat. The dragon bone boat that was moving at medium speed suddenly burst out with a speed far exceeding the high-speed boat. It turned into a stream of light and flew away. That's a medium-speed boat. On the high-speed boat, a fourth-grade warrior opened his eyes wide and looked at the disappearing dragon bone boat in disbelief. Damn it, we were cheated. How is that medium speed? That damned boat owner. Exasperated voices came from behind, but in front of a dozen dragon weapons and dragon crystals, no one was willing to retreat. They all chased after the boat. Along the way, they saw some spatial beasts, but they were all low-grade. Their combat power was not strong, only at the peak of 9th grade. There were many spatial beasts here. When they saw Zi Chen and the others, they quickly rushed over and used spatial strangulation. Swoosh! The dragon bone boat turned into a stream of light and flew away. The spatial beasts' attacks missed. Unwilling to give up, they began to chase. Zi Chen's goal was to find those spatial beasts. It was not easy for them to come out, and they were risking their lives. It was necessary for them to get enough spoils of war in one go. After passing through the low-grade spatial beasts and reaching the middle-grade spatial beast territory, Zi Chen and the others did not stop. They continued to move forward. They knew that Zi Chen killed a first-grade dragon warrior in an instant, but they still dared to follow. Naturally, they had strong combat power and confidence. They directly chased after them. Zi Chen and the others soon reached the area of the high-grade spatial beasts. Zi Chen said in a deep voice, Dongqing. Dongqing nodded. A space appeared in front of them, and Shao Kong came out. Compared to before, Shao Kong's body was bigger. The light around his body was brighter, and his eyes were flashing with human-like light. Dongqing patted his head and said softly, Shao Kong, it's up to you now. Shao Kong nodded and then disappeared from the dragon bone boat. The dragon bone boat gradually slowed down. Everyone released their perception. The next moment, they felt that the space around them began to fluctuate violently. There were also faint, strange sounds. Seeing the dragon boat in their line of sight, Zi Chen said, Lei Long, speed up. Lei Long accelerated again and soon left them behind. However, it did not continue to go deeper. Instead, it kept circling around the area of the high-grade spatial beasts. During this period of time, many Aborigines rushed over and surrounded the area. Chapter 1762. The natives finally caught up with the intruders, and they saw the dragon bone ship from afar. They were preparing to surround the intruders, kill them, and seize their treasures. Suddenly, a space behemoth appeared out of thin air behind the dragon bone ship. The space beast appeared without a sound and swallowed the intruders along with the ship. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this, and they all cried out. Those intruders had more than a dozen dragon weapons and dragon claws. They hadn't even snatched the weapons yet. So how could they be swallowed by the space beast? Swoosh! Swoosh! Immediately, dozens of people jumped off the dragon bone ship and shot toward the space beast. But before they could get close, the space beast hid itself and disappeared. Find it! Find it! Even if we have to flip the space around, we must find it! A series of roars rang out as the dragon warriors spread out from the place where the space behemoth had disappeared. They used their realm powers to scan the surroundings, trying to find the space behemoth that had just disappeared. More than 80% of the natives here were dragon warriors, and there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were nearly 10 fourth-grade dragon warriors, and none of the fifth-grade dragon warriors came. The other dragon warriors also spread out in all directions and kept releasing their realm power to search for the space beast. Hum, 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 hum. All of a sudden, the surrounding space began to tremble. The frequency of the shaking was very low at first, but it soon expanded and the whole space started to shake. A sense of crisis rose in the hearts of the dragon warriors. They naturally knew what was going on. Not good. It's a group of space beasts. A group of space beasts meant that they came out to hunt. Such a situation was rare, let alone when so many dragon warriors were gathered together. The space started to shake violently, and the space strangulation technique appeared from all directions, rushing toward the natives. Pooh! Pooh! Facing these layers of spatial attacks, some peak 9th stage experts couldn't react in time, and their bodies were cut open by the space, and their souls were destroyed. Some tried to escape into their own domain, but it was useless. The strangulation technique covered all space, and trying to escape would only cause their domain to collapse. For a moment, all kinds of miserable screams were heard, and severed limbs were scattered all over the place, floating up and down. This was Zichen's plan. With Dongqing's pet as the foundation, he gathered many space beasts here. Shao Kang's stealth skills were as good as those of the best space beasts. It could hide among the space beasts without being discovered. After the first round of spatial strangulation, there were very few ordinary natives left alive. However, the dragon warriors were still alive. Even the level 1 dragon warriors were barely able to withstand this wave of unexpected attacks. Of course, they were all injured, and some were even seriously injured. After the attack, the spatial beasts appeared. They came from all directions, and there were no less than 100 of them. Seeing so many spatial behemoths, the dragon warriors' expressions changed drastically, and their scalps went numb. Damn it! Why are there so many space beasts? A rank 4 dragon warrior cursed and slashed forward. A misty world force appeared and enveloped one of the space behemoths. Under the influence of the space beasts were slowed down, as if the flow of time had slowed down. In the distance, Zichen saw this clearly. It was the same as when he was attacked by Black Flame. He didn't notice anything unusual. Back then, he was shocked when he saw this move. However, as his rank increased, Zichen, who had reached the 9th rank, was able to see the essence of this move. The space beasts were indeed special. It was a more advanced energy, but it was not perfect. The attack was not enough, but it was also mysterious. PFF, the move seemed to be slow, but in fact it landed on the space beasts in an instant, breaking their defense and leaving a deep wound. The space beasts were in pain. They turned around and dashed toward the dragon warrior. The same scene played out in other places as well. Grade 4 dragon warriors were indeed very powerful, but they simply couldn't kill these spatial behemoths in one hit. Through the battle between the two sides, Zichen and the others could clearly sense the combat strength of these so-called grades. Level 4 and 5 space beasts were equivalent to high-grade space beasts. Although they hadn't seen level 6 and 7 space beasts before, they might be comparable to top-grade space beasts. As for level 5 space beasts, Zichen didn't dare to guess. The space beasts were too mysterious. When everyone saw it, they were a little afraid. However, through the space beasts, the power seemed to be nothing special. Of course, this was for the proud sons of heaven like Zichen. If it was an ordinary 9th rank or even a peak 9th rank existence, as long as they didn't comprehend the space beasts, they wouldn't be a match for the dragon warrior. The attacks of the space beasts were very fierce. The space strangulation technique and the comprehension of space were endless. Gradually, the dragon warriors started to suffer casualties. At the moment of death, the dragon warriors were very unwilling. As for the injured ones, they kept dodging and retreating. At the same time, they were cursing in their hearts. The dragon warriors of level 1 and level space beasts usually formed groups to find trouble with mid-grade space beasts. They were already very proud of themselves. They didn't dare to come here. As for the ordinary natives, they were cursing their bad luck. Why did they come here? Weren't they just throwing their lives away? Other than the dragon warriors of level 3 and level 3 who were still persevering. The others had already decided to retreat or watch from afar. However, they forgot that the space beasts were also intelligent. They knew the principle of picking soft persimmons to pinch. The space beasts fluctuated again, A new batch of space beasts came. They weren't attracted by Shao Kahn. Instead, they were attracted by the fluctuations of the battle and the smell of blood. As a result, the dragon warriors of level 1 and level space beasts who were about to retreat suffered a tragedy. Under the stacked attacks of the space strangulation, almost half of them fell. The other half barely blocked the attacks. When they raised their heads and saw the space beasts approaching, they were all in despair. Pooh! 2 warriors of the 4th rank joined forces and killed a spatial colossus. Pooh! Pooh! At the same time, the other level 3 warriors joined forces. They also saw the effect of the space beasts dying one after another. More than 70% of the natives who came this time had died. The remaining weaker ones ran away immediately. There were still some who were still fighting. We can start now. Zichen, who was watching this scene, had a cold, killing intent in his eyes. Shao Kahn opened his mouth and spat out the dragonbone ship. Everyone appeared and flew toward the battlefield. Die. A level 4 warrior, with a hideous smile on his face, attacked a space beast in front of him forcefully. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger and turned around instantly. He saw an ape-type monster and recognized it as an invader. His eyes flashed and level 4 realm energy circulated around his body. At this moment, the demonic ape stretched out its hand toward him. Rays of black light shot out and shrouded his body like chains. The power he had just mobilized was immediately stopped. All the power in his body seemed to be drained in an instant. Such a change shocked him. Just as he was about to cry out in alarm, the demonic ape in front of him swung its long staff and smashed it down. Manshur rushed toward a level 4 warrior. After transforming, he swung his mace down and shouted, "Demonic ape, let's fight." "Let's see." Before he could finish his words, an explosion came from afar. The demonic ape had smashed a level 4 dragon warrior's body with one blow. Seeing this, Manshur couldn't help but be stunned. The attack on his mace became even more terrifying and smashed down. The level 4 dragon warrior was sent flying. The realm energy around him dissipated as he retreated, but he managed to keep his life. It was obvious who was superior. Manshur was a little unconvinced. He rushed forward again, not giving the level 4 dragon warrior a chance to breathe. In other places, Shantian and the others also attacked one after another. They didn't deliberately compete. The opponents they found were either level 3 or level 4. For a moment, all kinds of energy flashed, and the dragon warriors died one after another. Zichen didn't go forward. He stood far away, and the divine dragon bow appeared in his hand. The longbow was drawn into a full moon. The black dragon god arrow had turned golden. Of course, he couldn't be careless when dealing with these dragon warriors. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and Zichen released the arrow. A golden dragon shot out and went straight for the level 4 dragon warrior. The latter immediately felt a sense of danger. His figure changed constantly and began to display his understanding of space. At the same time, the realm energy in front of him formed a defense. Unfortunately, he wasn't Lu Jintian, and Zichen wasn't level 9 intermediate. The opponent couldn't dodge the life lock of the dragon god arrow. Puff! The realm energy of the level 4 shook slightly and was penetrated by the dragon god arrow. Then, the dragon god arrow penetrated the level 4 dragon warrior's forehead. Killing people was always easier than killing beasts. The destructive power in the golden light annihilated the opponent's soul. After killing the enemy, Zichen released another arrow. This time, it was the level 4 dragon warrior. He saw the death of his companion. Without saying a word, he immediately opened the domain world and hid in it. Puff! The dragon god arrow pierced through space and disappeared into thin air. After about 3 breaths, the dragon god arrow reappeared in space. The level 4 dragon warrior's body fell out. Then the domain world broke open and the fragments scattered everywhere. After killing 2 level 4 dragon warriors with 2 arrows, Zichen was expressionless. The golden true dragon feather appeared on the divine dragon bow again. Run. Facing such a method of instant killing, who could be a match? The remaining people didn't say a word and hid in the space, ready to escape. Buzz. Zichen released the 3rd arrow. The devil ape teleported in front of a level 4 dragon warrior. Man sure finally finished off his opponent and stopped the second one. The others followed. During this time, Shao Kahn guided the figures of the hidden dragon warriors. In this battle, except for a few weak ones who escaped, none of the people on the 3rd or 4th floor escaped. The battle ended quickly, but it wasn't time to clean up the battlefield. They still had to deal with these space beasts. Kill. Another massacre had begun. The surviving natives were already scared out of their wits. They drove the dragonbone boats and fled to the extreme. Not long after, they saw several dragonbone boats. There was one person standing at the bow of each boat. Chapter 1763. The 5-layer realm force was equivalent to a commander in extreme gold. In this operation, they were the true experts who were in charge and did not participate in the encirclement. 9 invaders who were suppressed by the rules and had the strength of late-stage 9th tier. So what if they had dragon weapons and dragon armor? In front of so many dragon warriors and under the realm force, they would definitely die. This was common sense that everyone knew. However, the truth was that all the dragon warriors who came were wiped out. This made the few level 5 dragon warriors who received the news extremely gloomy. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Let's go! The invaders were unexpectedly strong, but they did not retreat. Without hesitation, they steered the dragon-bone ship into the depths. Clearly, they were going to fight personally. When the people who escaped saw this scene, they could not help but be tempted. Although they did not expect to take advantage of the situation, they could still go and watch the battle. Ever since the invaders appeared in extreme gold, they had become the focus of the entire city. After all, they were the first and only batch to come here alive. They also had top-notch dragon weapons. Including this trip, many forces were paying attention to them. Immediately, the news that the first batch of over 100 people had been wiped out spread. This caused an uproar in extreme gold. Level 3 and 4 dragon warriors, who were equivalent to deputy commanders, were all dead. When Bo Jian heard the news, his heart could not help but skip a beat. At the same time, he recalled what Zichen had said. Is there no battle restriction outside of extreme gold? What do you want to do? I'm preparing to go out and hunt space beasts. I'm afraid of being ambushed by other natives. Humph, you're honest. Leave extreme gold and you'll die. Zichen nodded and left after thanking him. Bo Jian's face was a little gloomy. Now that he recalled his attitude, cold sweat appeared on Bo Jian's forehead. They were so strong. At the same time, all kinds of news spread to every corner of extreme gold. While the crowd was in an uproar, the number of people who dared to target the invaders decreased significantly. As for the old man in charge of the transaction, he nodded with a smile and could not help but say, "In that case, their harvest will be quite good. Looks like we need to prepare more dragon origins." After that, news of 10 level 5 dragon warriors hunting down the invaders spread. The old man muttered, "How many level 4s would they be able to kill? A mere level 5 wouldn't be enough. They would need to be at least level 6 or 7. The old man was not the only one who could see this problem. Many people who were observant could guess it as well. In an instant, many people were tempted. A level 6 commander pondered for a moment before saying, "It seems that we need to make a trip there." Another person beside him said, "They are only in the late stage of the 9th tier. Is there really a need?" The previous one said, "Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a level 1 warrior. But now they have killed dozens of level 3 or level 4 warriors. I heard that they all have top-grade beast pills. which are equivalent to us level 5 or 6 warriors. Not only do we have to go, we also have to convince a dragon envoy to go. Dragon envoys, don't even think about it. I've already received news that the higher-ups have sent a message that they are not allowed to attack those invaders. A middle-aged man with a cold expression walked in from outside. When the commanders saw this person, they all stood up and said, "Commander Hanyu, why are you here?" Compared to them, who are comparable to commanders, this Hanyu was a true commander. It was said that his combat power was not weaker than a level 7 dragon envoy. He was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the dragon envoys. Hanyu stepped forward and said, "I'm here to inform you. Don't waste your time. It seems that the higher-ups have already made arrangements for them." A level 6 dragon warrior asked, "This is an order from the higher-ups." "That's not it. It's just news." "What? Do you have other ideas, Due?" Due sneered and said, "Since it's not news, it means that the higher-ups have different opinions. They are invaders after all. As long as we kill them, there will be many people who will support us." Hanyu frowned and said, "According to the news I received, you level 6 dragon warriors might not be able to kill them." Due smiled mysteriously. "What if we can find a dragon envoy to help us?" Hanyu said, "That news is targeted at the dragon envoy. They might not do anything." Due said with certainty, "Others might not, but our golden dragon envoy will definitely do something." Golden dragon envoy. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but think of this dragon envoy who had just arrived not long ago. This dragon envoy's origin was very mysterious. He was also very arrogant. He dared to challenge a level 8 dragon envoy when he just arrived, and the latter couldn't do anything to him. Although he hadn't appeared for a while, those who knew about the golden dragon envoy knew that he was a bold person. He didn't care about news from the higher-ups. Thinking about the temptation of those dragon soldiers, they decided to give it a try. "Due, come with me. The rest of you wait here." Commander Hanyu called out and took Due to find the golden dragon envoy. The golden dragon envoy had a courtyard to himself. The surrounding walls and the door were all emitting a brilliant golden light. "Hanyu greets the golden dragon envoy." Hanyu shouted outside the door, "Come in." The golden dragon envoy's voice sounded. The door opened automatically. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the two felt a wave of pressure. The whole courtyard was filled with a holy aura. The two of them became even more cautious as they entered. The door opened automatically. A figure emitting golden light sat on a praying mat. The golden light enveloped the whole room, making the whole room emit an aura of peace, tranquility, benevolence, and benevolence. The golden dragon envoy sat cross-legged. His robe was also shining with golden light. He looked like a Buddha. That's right, this golden dragon envoy was an eminent monk. The golden light was also Buddhist light. Although they couldn't remember when there had been an eminent monk in their world, the golden dragon token was real. This was a real dragon envoy, not a dragon envoy with the strength of a dragon envoy. After the two of them greeted each other, Hanyu said carefully, reporting to the golden dragon envoy, "We have a few invaders here." "Invaders?" The golden dragon envoy opened his eyes. The golden light around him became even brighter. The Buddhist light illuminated everything. His face was full of compassion. "Yes, these invaders are very savage. They are wantonly slaughtering our people. Their cultivation levels are not high. They are only at the late stage of level 9, but each of them is holding a dragon soldier." You quickly informed the golden dragon envoy about the invaders. Upon hearing this, the senior monk with a friendly smile immediately stood up and said sternly, "Outrageous! I didn't even have any dragon weapons or dragon armor with me when I came to Extreme Gene. Yet these invaders actually have one for each of them and are even richer than the others. Are they trying to challenge me?" The two of them were delighted. After exchanging glances, they secretly raised their heads to look at the golden dragon envoy. At this moment, there was no longer any compassion on his face. It was obvious that his face was full of malice. Amitabha, where are the benefactors of the invaders? The Golden Dragon envoy quickly controlled his emotions. His face was once again filled with compassion. The two of them were full of admiration for his quick change of expression. They are still slaughtering, Han Yu immediately said. Amitabha, the benefactors of the invaders are too murderous. As the Buddha said, if I don't enter hell, who will? Please lead the way. This old monk wants to stop this. The Golden Dragon envoy put his palms together. He looked solemn. But the higher-ups just said that we are not allowed to touch the invaders, Han Yu said with a troubled expression. That's not right. These demons must be subdued, and the dragon soldier, the root of all evil, must be taken back. Amitabha, as the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? This old monk will bear all the responsibility. The two of them were overjoyed and immediately nodded. As soon as they left, they heard that the 10 fifth-grade dragon warriors had all died. The two of them were shocked. They were secretly glad that they called the Golden Dragon envoy. These invaders are too murderous. They must be subdued immediately, the Golden Dragon envoy urged with a compassionate expression. Du Wei immediately called the other 6th-grade warriors. Including the Golden Dragon envoy, there were 11 of them. They immediately flew out of Extreme Gene. When the cultivators in the city heard that the Golden Dragon envoy was going to subdue the demons, they were in an uproar. They didn't expect that the late-stage, 9th-grade invaders would send a dragon envoy. After all, even the weakest dragon envoy was at least a 7th-grade realm power. The Golden Dragon envoy was even more impressive. It was said that when he first came here, he didn't use any realm power. Even a dragon envoy who had comprehended an 8th-grade realm power couldn't do anything to him. Once the Golden Dragon envoy appeared, it was obvious that the battle would end here. Everyone quietly waited for the result. The 11 of them rented the fastest boat, but the Golden Dragon envoy seemed to think that it was too slow. He directly sat down cross-legged. The next moment, a golden true dragon appeared behind him. The true dragon merged with the Dragonbone ship, and the pitch-black Dragonbone ship began to emit a golden Buddhist light. Whoosh! Then the Golden Dragon boat turned into a beam of light and disappeared from this space. Not long after the battle ended, Zichen and the others encountered the second wave of 10 fifth-grade warriors. These existences were comparable to high-grade spatial beasts. They could even kill supreme-grade spatial beasts, let alone high-grade spatial beasts. When the 10 arrived, they had clearly divided the battle strategy. They used their domain worlds and separated the invaders, preparing to defeat them one by one. Zichen's body shone with golden and silver light. Then he shot 3 arrows and killed 3 of them. The others also finished their battle one after another. 10 fifth-grade dragon warriors died. After the battle, Zichen no longer held back. He began to shoot spatial beasts one by one. Everyone had gained a lot today, but everyone knew that if they killed a 5th-grade beast, a 6th-grade beast would probably come back. Perhaps a 7th-grade beast would also be attracted. Zichen gestured for everyone to quickly clean up the battlefield. Then they headed deeper into the area where supreme-grade spatial beasts were. Zichen's goal was to leave the upcoming battle there. If they couldn't win, they would find a way to return to Extreme Gene. As they moved forward, Wu Xia, as the butler, was counting their gains. Speaking of which, other than the spatial beast cores, they could also sell the other spoils for a good price. This was also Zichen's plan. Since they took the risk to go out once, they could get all the gains at once. There was no need to take the risk a second time. Everyone moved quickly, but the pursuers were even faster. A golden light appeared behind them. In the blink of an eye, it approached them and turned into a person. Chapter 1764. The figure formed by the golden light was a rather fat monk. He had a fat head and big ears. His whole body was emitting pure Buddhist light. He looked solemn as he looked at the crowd with a benevolent face. Suddenly, seeing the monk shrouded in Buddhist light, the crowd's expression changed slightly. They thought that the monk was so fast, they couldn't help but be wary. During this time, Zichen and the demon ape widened their eyes in disbelief. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you'll see the shore. Benefactors, please lay down your butcher's knife and become Buddhas. The golden dragon ambassador put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha again. The Buddhist light around him became even more dazzling. There was a peaceful aura. Under the cover of the Buddhist light, coupled with the monk's benevolent smile, the crowd actually had the thought of converting. This made them feel uneasy. They almost fell for it. This was a very dangerous monk. Usually at this time, the demon ape would be the first to make a move. This was because he couldn't stand others playing tricks. The sea of bitterness and the shore were all useless. The only useful thing was to smash down with his staff. Every time this happened, the demon ape's speed would be faster than Mansur's. This made Mansur feel that his limelight had been stolen. This time, the demon ape was stunned when he saw the monk. This made Mansur, who seized the opportunity, laugh loudly and shouted, "Bald monk die!" As soon as he finished speaking, Mansur transformed and smashed down with the mace in his hand. This powerful attack could even shatter the space. With a terrifying power, Mansur couldn't help but feel proud. 30% of his pride was due to his combat strength, while the other 70% was due to his speed. Amitabha. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Around his body, Buddhist light surged, and a light shield formed by pure Buddhist power appeared. Above the light shield, there were old monks chanting Buddhist mantras. For a moment, the whole space was filled with the sound of loud bells chanting Buddhist scriptures. Mansur's mace smashed down with a powerful force, smashing onto the monk's head. A violent power surged out, shattering the surrounding space. A loud tremor sounded out, and a golden light flashed on the light barrier, causing a layer of ripples to appear. A repulsive force appeared, and Mansur was sent flying along with his weapon. What? Seeing this scene, Shantian and the others' expressions changed greatly. They knew very well how powerful Mansur's attack was. Among those present, no one dared to say that they would just sit there and let him hit them, not even Zichen. However, such a powerful attack was unable to break through the monk's defense. Instead, he was sent flying. Kill! Not to mention its battle prowess. Just its defense alone was enough to make them feel extremely fearful. The others no longer hesitated and attacked one after another, displaying their strongest techniques. Clang! Shantiandio's attack, which was imbued with a sliver of the heavenly path's power, landed on the Buddha's light. A clanging sound rang out, and Shantiandio was knocked back. Shangguanhong raised his hand and shot out a green light. After coming into contact with the Buddha's light, it bounced back. Dongqing's spiritual sense attack could ignore any kind of energy defense. However, when it came into contact with the defensive light shield, it was also blocked. Book of Destiny, break! Fortune Teller pointed at the Book of Destiny with one hand. The pages of the book flipped to the 8th page, and a golden light fell. After the golden light landed on the Buddha's light, it only caused a few ripples before dissipating into thin air. Immediately after, Wu Xie's light of destruction was also blocked. After blocking several attacks from the crowd, the Buddha's light was faintly dimmed. As the next Buddhist chant sounded, the Buddha's light defense was restored to its original state. How could this be? Everyone's expression changed again. They were all shocked by the monk's powerful defense. At this moment, only Zichen and the devil ape did not make a move. The two had already recovered from their previous loss of composure. Seeing the benevolent monk, they were unhappy. Zi-Chin turned to look at the devil ape. The latter nodded and clenched the black staff in his hand. The runes on the black staff lit up, and a violent aura emerged. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and the shore is at hand. The monk's expression was solemn as he chanted again. Turn back, you bald donkey. The devil ape roared angrily. His body changed instantly, turning into a tall demonic shadow. Dense and pure demonic aura was released from his body. The devil ape can transform too. It was the first time they saw the devil ape transform. Each of them widened their eyes in shock. The transformed devil ape was in a completely berserk state. The aura around him was abnormally terrifying. The benevolent monk's expression changed slightly. Boom! The devil ape smashed down with his staff, shattering the space directly. The black staff left a black hole wherever it passed and smashed onto the defensive light shield around the monk. Torrential energy surged, and the defensive light shield around the monk began to tremble. Waves of terrifying energy surged in all directions from where the two collided. Amitabha, the Buddha's light shone around the monk. The pure Buddha's power maintained the light shield and did not break. The violent energy gradually dissipated. The devil ape took 3 steps back. There was a hint of coldness in his red eyes. He said, "It's still harder than a turtle shell." Wong. After the devil ape, Zi-Chen's body glowed. The power of gold and silver lightning began to circulate. He clenched his fist tightly. The 9 Xing-Chen pearls in his chest were connected. Wave after wave of energy was injected into his fist. Boom! He took a step forward, clenched his fist, and punched. The fist light that was infused with various types of energy exploded on the monk's body. The terrifying energy surged. The monk, who was sitting cross-legged, retreated for the first time. The defensive light shield on the surface of his body kept trembling. The image of the old monk within it gradually dimmed. A hint of surprise flashed in the monk's eyes. But that was it. The Buddha's superpower that was known as the strongest defense in the world was not something that could be broken by a guy of a lower realm. Amitabha, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The monk who retreated had a hint of pride on his face. He said, seriously again. At this point, everyone had made their move. But none of them could break through the opponent's defense. Manshur and the rest looked more and more serious. In comparison, Zi-Chin and the devil ape were much more relaxed. The devil ape had ended its transformation. The madness in its eyes had also dissipated. The aura that made people's hearts palpitate also disappeared. After a brief exchange of blows, the rank 6 dragon warriors finally arrived and surrounded everyone. At this moment, they were more confident because they had felt the energy fluctuation just now. It was very terrifying, but it couldn't even break through the Golden Dragon Ambassador's defense. The Golden Dragon Ambassador, who had such a strong defense, was naturally stronger. Dragon Ambassador, these are the invaders. They have many dragon weapons and dragon armors on them. Dewey pointed at Zi-Chin and the rest. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes. When they saw that these people were all in the late stage of level 9, they were surprised. They couldn't help but underestimate these people. Not only were they at the peak of level 9, but they had also comprehended 6 levels of realm power. Their combat strength was incomparably strong. Amitabha, today this old monk is here. Benefactors of the invaders, please let go of the source of evil, the monk said seriously. Dream on. Manshur said angrily. Although he was afraid of this monk, he wasn't afraid of these people. Zi-Chen said with a faint smile, the source of evil? You're talking about those dragon weapons. Yes. Zi-Chen asked again. You already have a turtle shell. Isn't that enough? Han Yu shouted. Impudent. Don't be rude to the Golden Dragon Ambassador. Zi-Chen curled his lips and said, TSK is K, Golden Dragon Ambassador? You're just a bald thief. The monk put his palms together and said seriously, "Weapons are the source of all evil. Benefactors of invaders, please let go of your weapons and become Buddhas." Amitabha. Man sure said angrily, "Bullshit. If we let go of our weapons, we'll only die faster." The monk said again, Amitabha. Monks don't lie. Monks are merciful. Hanyu and the rest looked at the monk with admiration. They were more and more certain about this matter. The devil ape curled his lips and sneered. Whoever believed this guy would most likely, definitely be unlucky. Zi-Chin looked at this scene quietly. He also wanted to see what the monk was up to. He glanced at Wu Xie and said, "Give this guy a butcher's knife." Wu Xie was stunned. It didn't seem to be Zi-Chen's style to give it to him directly. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask much. He took out a dragon knife and threw it to the monk. "How can one be enough? We want all the weapons and dragon armor." Seeing that these people really had more than a dozen sets, Han Yu's eyes flashed with eagerness, and he shouted sternly, "That's right. Hand over all the dragon weapons and dragon armor." The others shouted excitedly. After taking away the dragon knife, the monk was expressionless. He still looked like he bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. At the same time, he said again, Amitabha, sometimes defense is also a sin. Shen-Tian and the others were angry. When did defense become a sin? If this situation could be considered a sin, then how much of a sin was that unbreakable defense just now? Although they had never seen this monk before, they had already experienced his shamelessness. Zi-Chin and the devil ape didn't think so. This was a real monk. He always had some excuses to take your things. Of course, this guy didn't come up to rob them directly. It was all because of him and the devil ape. Of course, it could also be said that he was afraid of their combat strength. If it were someone else, it wouldn't matter if they were from the same region or not. The devil ape asked, "You have the turtle shell, but you still want the dragon armor." Amitabha, benefactor, you misunderstand. I just want to reduce your sin. Buddha said that sin is the root of destruction. This guy was still so shameless. Zi-Chen sneered and said, "Give him the dragon armor." Wu Xie was doubtful, but he still threw the dragon armor to the monk. After the monk took the dragon armor, there was a hint of joy on his face, and his compassion dissipated a little. Zi-Chin looked at him with a faint smile and asked, "What do you think?" The monk put his palms together and said solemnly, Amitabha, there can be no greed in the world. Greed is the root of destruction. After saying that, the monk spread his hands, and a large amount of Buddhist light scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a field of Buddhist light appeared and shrouded everyone, blocking the sight in the distance. The monk, who was full of kindness, now had an evil look on his face. Chapter 1765. The battle has begun, the battle has begun. I can't see anything. They must be fighting. Against the Golden Dragon Ambassador, these invaders will definitely die. The golden light enveloped heaven and earth, and the spectating natives could not see anything, but they were still cheering loudly. They had arrived late and did not see the previous battle. They only saw the invaders giving the Golden Dragon Ambassador weapons. They naturally guessed that the invaders were afraid of the Golden Dragon Ambassador. One side was a late-stage 9th tier Heavenly Sovereign, while the other side was a 6th tier Heavenly Sovereign. The Golden Dragon Ambassador was even a 7th tier Heavenly Sovereign. Even if these late-stage 9th tier Heavenly Sovereigns had dragon weapons and dragon armor, they would definitely not be a match for the invaders. While they were cheering, they did not realize that danger was approaching. A spatial behemoth that was shimmering with colorful light was hiding in the space and making its way toward them. The space trembled silently, and layers of ripples appeared, enveloping everyone. Some of the natives were still laughing, but their laughter was suddenly cut into several parts, and they became very uncoordinated. Wherever the ripples passed, their bodies were torn apart, and their souls that had escaped with great difficulty were also destroyed by the spatial ripples. In just one attack, all the natives who had come to join in the fun were killed. Severed limbs floated in the air along with the ripples of energy. Shao Kong's figure appeared, and its eyes were cold. It opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing all the shattered flesh. When there was not even a drop of blood left in the air, its figure disappeared again. Amidst the golden light, an unexpected battle was taking place. Seeing how terrified the invaders were, Han Yu and the others were very satisfied and even more confident. In their eyes, taking away all the dragon weapons and dragon armor was a piece of cake. The Golden Dragon Ambassador was not satisfied with just a set of weapons. After taking away the dragon armor, he raised his hand and shot out a golden light, which turned into a temporary Buddhist light domain. When they saw the Buddhist light domain, they were not shocked, but delighted. They all thought that it was to prevent the invaders from escaping. At the same time, Han Yu and the others were also very alert, in case the invaders counterattacked before death. They guessed the former, but not the latter. The attack did not come from the invaders, but from the Golden Dragon Ambassador. A very pure Buddhist light hit Han Yu from behind. The huge force caused Han Yu to lose his balance and fly forward involuntarily. He exclaimed in surprise, his face full of confusion. With a flash of light, Zi-Chun appeared in front of Han Yu. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at Han Yu. Han Yu first heard a dragon's roar, and then saw a golden true dragon rushing toward him. Then the golden true dragon transformed into a golden dragon spear and pierced through his heart. The dragon's spear pierced through his chest. Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the strongest person below the dragon envoys, and was extremely confident in his own battle prowess. Even if he faced a dragon envoy, he would not be afraid. However, he never would have thought that his heart would be pierced by a late-stage ninth heaven cultivator today. He couldn't understand why a late-stage ninth layer attack was so powerful that it could break through his defense in one strike, even though it wasn't his strongest defense. At the same time, he couldn't understand why the Golden Dragon Ambassador attacked him. However, he was not afraid. He was merely in the late stage of the ninth layer, so this strike could only injure him. It could not kill him at all. Because of the difference in cultivation level between the two of them, the difference in their comprehension of the power of realms was even greater. However, in the next moment, a destructive force appeared in Han Yu's body. His vitality was completely destroyed all the way to his soul. Han Yu's eyes widened, but there was no light in his eyes. There was still shock and unwillingness on his face. Poof! Zi-Chun pulled out his spear, and Han Yu fell to the ground, dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as the monk attacked, the devil ape waved at Du Wei. Streaks of black light appeared on the surface of Du Wei's body. In the next moment, Du Wei felt the power in his body draining away. The energy flowing around him was also rapidly weakening. It was as if all of his power had been sucked out in an instant, causing his expression to change drastically. Boom! The devil ape smashed down with its staff. The void shattered, and a black hole spread until it reached the top of Du Wei's head. A frenzied energy was injected into Du Wei's mind, exploding his head and obliterating his soul. In the blink of an eye, the strongest two of the 10 6th level dragon warriors were killed. This scene happened too quickly, so fast that it was inconceivable, so much so that everyone present was in a state of shock. Manshur and the others didn't understand why the monk would attack his own people. The 6th level dragon warriors also couldn't understand. Greed is a sin. The monk sat cross-legged. His aura was solemn and dignified, and he was once again benevolent. A golden dragon, activated by Buddhist light, appeared and flew toward a 6th level warrior. Ma. And I. Immediately after, the three-syllable mantra appeared. A mysterious energy wave spread out in all directions with the monk as the center. Under this energy wave, the sixth-level warriors began to hallucinate. It was as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They couldn't concentrate. Some people's spiritual thoughts were severely damaged, and they coughed up blood. Kill! Zichen's shout shook the spiritual sea of Manshur and the others, waking them up. They still had lingering fear on their faces. Just now, they felt the threat of death. The golden dragon of Buddhist light swept up a sixth-level warrior and obliterated his soul. The dragon spear in Zichen's hand pierced through another sixth-level warrior who had lost his mind. The others reacted and attacked one after another. The sixth-level warriors fell one after another. With the monk's betrayal, 10 sixth-level warriors died one after another. The battle soon ended. The people who were cleaning up the battlefield still couldn't believe what they saw. Why would the monk, who was a native, help them? Could it be that he was bribed by the two weapons? But that shouldn't be the case. As long as they were killed, wouldn't they be able to get more weapons? Amitabha. Benefactor Zichen, long time no see. At this moment, the monk chanted Buddhist mantras and called out Zichen's name. All right, you bald thief, give me back my weapons. Zichen stepped forward with a smile and stretched out his hand. What do you mean? The monk retracted the Buddhist light around him and stared at Zichen. You have the turtle shell on you, so you don't need the dragon armor. If I'm not wrong, you still have the demon subduing pestle. You don't need the dragon weapon either. You don't need the two weapons. Now give them back to me. Dream on. We haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we meet again, we should be crying. How dare you ask me for something? Zichen, you're still as shameless as before. You're the shameless one. Devil Ape. This guy doesn't want to return the weapons. What do you think we should do? Beat him. Devil Ape only had one word. Let's fight. I want to see if you guys are still as weak as before. 2 9th level. Late stage. The monk smiled proudly and deliberately emphasized the last sentence. Late stage will still kill you, bald donkey. Devil Ape's eyes flashed coldly, and he transformed again. It was known that he didn't transform when he was fighting the other 6th level warriors. After transforming, Devil Ape's aura became more violent, and he attacked the monk with his staff. Good. The monk shouted, and the Buddhist light around him surged. The demon subduing pestle appeared in his hand, and he attacked the black staff. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and Devil Ape retreated. The monk's body swayed, and he took 2 steps back to dissolve the huge force. Dragon subduing. Then a golden dragon rushed out and coiled towards Devil Ape. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was a golden dragon formed by pure Buddhist power. Tiger subduing. A tiger's roar shook the sky. Another golden tiger appeared and rushed towards Devil Ape from the other side. Puff! The golden tiger suddenly disappeared, and a golden and silver thunder dragon appeared in another place. It carried an unparalleled aura and rushed towards the monk. Amitabha. Facing the golden and silver thunder dragon, the monk's defense appeared. It was naturally the strongest defense in the world. The thunder dragon continued to attack the light barrier, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The energy that leaked out shattered the surrounding space. Manshur and the others were dumbfounded, listening to the conversation. They were obviously friends and had known each other for a long time. But they didn't even talk for 3 sentences, and they started fighting. Moreover, Zichen used 2 different powers in this battle. Devil Ape had also transformed and didn't intend to hold back at all. This battle was really a battle of life and death. For a moment, they didn't understand the relationship between the 2 sides. Were they friends and enemies? Boom! Energy vibrated. Devil Ape destroyed the golden dragon. Devil Chi surrounded it, and it rushed towards the monk. After Zichen's attack, he struck again. The light shield, which was known as the strongest defense, began to distort, and the old monk disappeared one by one. Again, Devil Ape was not convinced. It grabbed at the monk and displayed its magic. The power around the monk was instantly blocked, and the strongest defense seemed to be dissipating. Zichen's powerful attack appeared. It was very fierce. Amitabha. Seeing this, the monk's expression changed drastically. He chanted the Buddhist chant again. Then he turned into 1,000 and appeared in all directions. As Zichen's powerful attack landed, the monk's clones exploded one by one. At the same time, a destructive force spread in all directions until all the monk's clones exploded, leaving only one 1,000 meters away. At this moment, the light shield around the monk was extremely dim. It seemed like it would collapse with another attack. The strongest defense couldn't withstand the joint attack of Zichen and Devil Ape. The monk removed the light shield and said, unhappily, "What's the point of teaming up against me? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. I'll take whatever you have." Seeing an enlightened monk suddenly turn into a bandit in front of them, Manshur and the others' jaws dropped. They couldn't get used to it. "If you want to fight, fight later. We can't stay here for long. How did you become a dragon envoy and a native?" Zichen put away his dragon spear and waved his hand. Speaking of this, the monk was also proud. He didn't come here on a dragon boat. Instead, he was specially attracted by a dragon bone boat. He didn't encounter any danger along the way. Everyone turned into a stream of light and headed deeper. On the dragon bone boat, Zichen introduced everyone to each other. Hearing that this was evil good monk, Manshur and the others couldn't help but blush with shame. Chapter 1766. Along the way, everyone was very curious about how the monk could become the dragon envoy of the Aborigines. According to the monk, he picked up a golden token in a small world where the Aborigines lived. In the end, he was lured here and became the dragon envoy. All the Aborigines only recognized the token and not the person, which was why there was the golden dragon envoy. Zichen asked doubtfully, "It is said that the dragon envoy has 70% realm power. You have already comprehended the realm power." The monk looked at Zichen as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Are you an idiot? We are from the Zhan Wu continent. Why would we comprehend their realm power? Our domain world can't be opened, and the realm power we comprehend is also from this world. When the time comes, it won't match with the autonomous world. Even if we become the realm master, we will be the weakest." Zichen was slightly startled and said, "In that case, the realm power here is useless to us. We came here for nothing." The monk looked at him with disdain. "Are you an idiot? That is the true realm power. It is something that many peak domain realm cultivators dream of. In their hearts, it is a priceless treasure. How can they not want it?" Zichen was puzzled. "First you said it was useless, then you said it was a treasure. What are you trying to say? Are you an idiot? Stop. If you say that I am an idiot, I will fall out with you and beat you up." Zichen clenched his fist and said angrily, "I think after not seeing you for so many years, you should have forgotten how powerful I used to be." The monk stood up and said unhappily, "Speaking of the past, I also fell out with you. Speaking of which, how many times have you cheated me?" Speaking of the past, Zichen was also angry. He stood up and said, "Who is the one who cheated who? I cheated you first, but after that you cheated me of my heavenly book and then reported me, causing me to be hunted down. And last time you gave me an empty spirit ring, causing me to be hunted down, and just like that, the two of them exposed each other on the boat." Shangguan Hong and the others couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. To put it bluntly, in this process, they were constantly trapping each other. When the crowd found out that the monk had cheated Zichen of some primordial stones and a weapon, then gave the priceless heavenly book to Zichen, they couldn't help but laugh. "All right, let's get down to business. What's the deal with the key to this world? The two of them quickly returned to the main topic. Tyrant's expression turned solemn as he said, "It's said that in the depths of this world there's a seal. Once the seal is broken, one can become the world overlord. At the same time, that's also the entrance to another world. It contains the secret to becoming a world overlord." Really? Everyone's eyes widened, and the demonic ape's face was filled with disbelief. "This is definitely true, but I don't know the specifics. Those old fellows are shrewd. Although they don't suspect my identity, they won't tell me the truth." Tyrant said, "There's no doubt that this world is shattered. Actually, we can also comprehend the world energy here. But the moment we borrow the world energy here to break through, it would be equivalent to us losing our own world. We would be a world lord without a domain. What do you think the consequences would be?" Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. In this way, it was equivalent to giving up an ocean and gaining a spiritual spring. Although there were great benefits for the time being, they would lose a spiritual sea in the future. So, what we need to do is to collect the world energy and bring it to our world. Then we'll open the domain and refine it ourselves, leading the domain to change. Everyone understood this principle. It was to pour the spiritual spring into the ocean and let the entire ocean evolve into a spiritual sea. Although the process would be slow, what we'll get in the end is a spiritual sea. Although Tyrant was a dragon envoy, he didn't know much. They didn't expect to become a world overlord in the depths of this world, but they were determined to get the pure world energy. Next, everyone moved forward and went into the depths of this world to kill some supreme-grade spatial beasts. Since they were going out, they naturally needed to have a sufficient harvest. As for Shao Kong, he was naturally the best bait. For some reason, when those giant space beasts sensed his presence, they would do everything they could to kill him. When Tyrant heard that Dong Qing had subdued a spatial beast, he was quite surprised. As Shao Kong appeared, Tyrant's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "It's a king beast. Although it's just a cub, it's still amazing." King beast? Everyone was puzzled. King beasts are even stronger than supreme-grade spatial beasts. They are the kings of the spatial beasts and rule over a region. As Tyrant explained, Dong Qing looked at Shao Kong with a questioning look. Shao Kong shook its head innocently. It should be a poor guy who lost his memory. Tyrant looked at the spatial beast with pity and said, "But it doesn't matter. If you want to get your memory back, you just need to kill a king-grade spatial beast and refine it." Zichen asked, "Kill a king-grade spatial beast? Do you have it here?" Tyrant looked at Zichen and said, "A king-grade spatial beast is equivalent to a 9th-grade dragon warrior. At the very least, it's at least an 8th-grade one. You guys are confident in dealing with it." Whether it was an 8th-grade or 9th-grade spatial beast, they were all extremely powerful existences. No one had ever seen one before. Hearing Tyrant's words, they were naturally not confident. However, Zichen said confidently, "Of course, you just need to tell me where to find it. There will be one in every region." As long as we kill enough spatial beasts, we will naturally be able to lure out a king spatial beast. Zichen nodded and said, "Okay, let's start the slaughter now." If everyone wanted to break through again, they would need a lot of dragon origin. Plus, the thunder dragon would consume more energy, so they needed to accumulate more dragon origin. After releasing Shao Kong, everyone waited patiently. Soon, they felt waves of spatial fluctuations. Dong Qing reminded them, "They're coming." Everyone was ready for battle. Tyrant was a little surprised by Shao Kong's efficiency. Buzz! The space trembled. The spatial strangulation technique covered the entire world. As for Shao Kong, who was in the center, its figure flashed and dodged the spatial strangulation attack. Then, those supreme-grade spatial beasts appeared. They were all looking for their targets with red eyes. Swoosh! A gold and silver arrow shot out. It sometimes turned into an arrow and sometimes into a dragon. It pierced through the space between the eyebrows of a spatial beast. This attack represented Zi Chen's peak combat strength. Its terrifying energy instantly destroyed the spatial beast's soul. Tyrant's face changed when he saw this unreserved attack. Obviously, Zi Chen, who had a dragon weapon in his hand, had become stronger and more terrifying. The others also displayed their strongest attacks, although they did not dare to say that they could instantly kill the supreme-grade spatial beasts. It was not a problem to injure them. Tyrant did not want to be outdone. He held the demon subduing pestle tightly in his hand and flashed in front of a spatial beast. He ruthlessly pierced the beast's head. The spatial beast was in pain. Its body suddenly trembled and swayed left and right. After struggling for a while, it no longer made any sound. Swoosh! Swoosh! Powerful attacks were displayed one after another. Although they were not as strong as Tyrant, they were definitely not weak. One by one, the spatial beasts fell and died. Before everyone finished cleaning up the battlefield, Shao Kong immediately went to find the second wave of spatial beasts. When Shao Kong returned, the battlefield was already cleaned up. This repeated again and again. The forces waiting in the extreme darkness had not received any news from the invaders for a long time. Those who went to watch the show and report the news seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no news from them. Those who went after them did not see any trace of the Golden Dragon Ambassador or the other 6th grade warriors. They wanted to go deeper, but if they went any deeper, they would enter the territory of the supreme grade spatial beasts. Even one of those beasts would be very fatal. Of course, they did not believe that the Golden Dragon Ambassador had died. The only possibility was that he had chased them into the depths, where a battle might have broken out. They did not dare to go deeper. They could only wait patiently outside. No one expected that the Golden Dragon Ambassador, whom they respected, was accompanying the invaders to hunt supreme-grade spatial beasts. At the same time, he was quietly waiting for the king-grade spatial beasts to appear. One by one, the supreme-grade spatial beasts fell. Zi Qin and the others collected the spatial beast cores. As for the corpses, they were swallowed by Shao Kong. He would slowly refine them in the future. After killing nearly 100 spatial beasts, the king-grade spatial beasts finally arrived. Fear appeared in Shao Kong's eyes. In the next moment, the space around him became violent. Layers of spatial ripples appeared from all directions and moved toward Shao Kong. These spatial ripples completely froze the surroundings. Shao Kong could not escape at all. The spatial power wreaked havoc on his entire body. As if he was being cut into pieces, layers of fine wounds appeared on his body. In an instant, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Without waiting for Zi Chen's instructions, Dongqing immediately took Shao Kong away. However, the spatial power in the surroundings was still vibrating. The ripples were still spreading, covering an area of a few miles. A gigantic spatial beast king appeared. It was more than 1,000 meters long. Its body shone with the color of spatial turbulence. Its tyrannical aura made people's hearts palpitate. Its cold eyes looked around with a hint of doubt. Finally, it landed on Zi Qin and the others. Obviously, the disappearance of the target just now was caused by these humans. Looking at this spatial beast, Tyrant's face was filled with worry. He then asked, "Are you sure you can deal with this big guy?" The others looked solemn. After seeing a beast king in person, they were more or less afraid. Before the battle, they could already feel how terrifying this big guy was. Zi Qin approached Tyrant and said, "Of course." Tyrant was puzzled. He asked, "How are you going to deal with it?" Zi Qin said, "Of course, one of us will be the main force. The others will spread out and attack." Bang! Chapter 1767. Zi Chen sent Tyrant flying with a kick. Tyrant would be a fool if he still couldn't react. He immediately cursed. Zichen, you despicable bastard. Zichen sneered. Humph! Do you think it's so easy to get the dragon weapon? It's something we exchanged with our lives. Now, of course, you have to do something. It was the first time that Manshur and the others saw Zichen being so disloyal. They were puzzled, and at the same time, they re-examined the relationship between the two. Go all out. Turning around, Zichen's expression turned serious as he began to notch an arrow. Damned beast, die. As Zichen kicked, Tyrant didn't stabilize his body and fall back. Instead, he shouted and rushed toward the Space King beast. Buzz! The space suddenly trembled. Space strangles appeared from all directions, rushing toward Tyrant from all directions. Amitba. Tyrant's body shone with golden light as he activated his strongest defense. The space strangles from all directions forcibly impacted his strongest defense. Visible to the naked eye, the old monks on the strongest defense dimmed and disappeared one by one. Cracks also appeared on the strongest defense, and in the end it exploded with a boom. The strongest defense was broken by the attack of the king-level Space King beast. However, the strongest defense blocked more than 80% of the attack for Tyrant. The rest was blocked by the dragon armor, so Tyrant wasn't injured. Dragon subduing, tiger subduing. The light of Buddha shone. A golden dragon and a golden tiger rushed out from Tyrant's left and right, heading toward the Space King beast in front. At the same time, Zichen and the others attacked with all their strength. Zichen first shot an arrow, then rushed forward with the spear. As he moved forward, he turned into a golden and silver thunder dragon, striking at the Space King beast's head. Heavenly seal. Shen and the others tried their best to seal the space to prevent the king-level Space King beast from escaping. Zichen shot an arrow into the Space King beast's body, but it didn't immediately penetrate its body. The Space King beast's defense was very strong, and it had a deep understanding of space. When the dragon god's arrow went deep, it was blocked by layers of barriers. Boom! The demonic ape's rod smashed onto the other party's head, which was unable to dodge in time. Even the other party's enormous body swayed. However, it was only a light injury and did not leave behind any serious injuries. Boom! Manshur followed closely behind, his mace smashing down with a loud bang. The two of them were like giants, attacking the Beast King from both sides. At the front, Tyrant's strongest defense appeared once again to prevent the second wave of attacks from the Space Beast. Shen Tiandao, Fortune Teller, and Shangguan Hong were in charge of reinforcing the spatial beast's defenses. In an instant, all kinds of seals appeared on the surface of its body. Jin Qingqing did not make a move. Instead, she used her energy to seal this space with great difficulty. Wu Xie's Light of Destruction, on the other hand, continuously landed on the spatial giant beast's wounds, strengthening the spatial power in turn. Facing the attacks of the crowd, the space beast was in pain. Every time its body trembled, it would cause the space to tremble, and the destructive power of space would spread out in all directions. A dragon's roar rang out as the lightning dragon appeared. Its body was thousands of meters long as it charged toward the spatial beast. Every attack of the lightning dragon could injure the spatial giant beast. It was definitely an extremely powerful combat force. In this battle, the crowd almost did not hold back. They all displayed their strongest combat strength. However, when facing this big guy, they were somewhat powerless. Fortunately, their combat strength was strong, and they were not ordinary existences. They could withstand this kind of exhaustion. In the continuous attacks, the wounds on the spatial giant beast's body increased. Its injuries became more and more serious, and in the end its life was in danger. During this time, the spatial giant beast tried to escape several times, but it was stopped by the crowd. Helplessly, the spatial giant beast, knowing that it was going to die, launched a desperate counterattack. The violent spatial power in the surroundings fell on the crowd, causing them to vomit blood and fall back. Obviously, there was still a gap between their current combat power and that of the king-level spatial beasts. Similarly, there was also a large gap between them and the king-level dragon warriors. The moment the spatial giant beast died, Dongqing released Shao Kong. It excitedly rushed toward the dead spatial giant beast. Shao Kong's body was not as big as the spatial giant beast. However, when it opened its mouth, it was as if an entire world had opened. The psychedelic light kept flashing as it swallowed the spatial giant beast. After that, Shao Kong looked a little weak and was kept by Dongqing. The spatial giant beast's final counterattack broke all the seals. Its scream also spread far and wide. The other supreme-grade spatial giant beasts were frightened and fled far away. It's time to go back. The battle was over. Everyone had achieved their goal. After exchanging all the resources they had, it was enough for everyone to break through to the late stage of the 9th level. Wait, Monk said. On the way back, everyone had a new plan. Monk was the first to return on the Dragon Bone ship. After him, Zichen, Demon Ape, and Dongqing returned. The Extreme Gene faction had not heard from the Golden Dragon Ambassador for a long time. As they waited, bad news began to spread. The news was that the Golden Dragon Ambassador and everyone else were dead. Although everyone could not believe it, they could not help but feel worried. Fortunately, this worry did not last long. They saw a Dragonbone ship emitting golden light return. On the Dragonbone ship sat a monk. It's the Golden Dragon Ambassador. The Golden Dragon Ambassador must have killed those invaders. The Golden Dragon Ambassador is back. Seeing the monk, everyone cheered. However, as the Dragonbone ship approached, the cheering crowd was stunned. When they left, there were 11 people on the Dragonbone ship. Now, only one person had returned. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Ambassador did not look well. He seemed to be seriously injured. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Could the invaders be so strong? The Golden Dragon Ambassador did not stop. After returning to the Extreme Gene faction, he returned to his residence and went into seclusion. However, the news of his injury still spread to every corner of the Extreme Gene faction. Now, everyone was guessing whether the invaders were dead or alive. Did the Golden Dragon Ambassador kill everyone? Or was he defeated by the invaders and forced to retreat? Everyone did not dwell on this question for too long because the invaders had returned. The Black Dragonbone ship emitted lightning and arrived in the blink of an eye. The people who came to investigate were not at a high level. Naturally, they did not dare to resist and allowed the Dragonbone ship to enter the Extreme Gene faction. They were in an uproar because there were 3 people on the Dragonbone ship. In other words, the Golden Dragon Ambassador did not kill all the invaders. He only escaped. For a moment, the entire city was in an uproar. Everyone found it hard to accept this. Zichen returned to the Extreme Gene faction as quickly as possible. However, the news spread even faster. As soon as the Dragonbone ship docked, many natives walked out of the Extreme Gene city. Their gazes were extremely unfriendly. This time, the invaders had killed too many aboriginals. However, Zichen was not afraid. He walked straight ahead. Dongqing followed beside Zichen expressionlessly. The devil ape held the long rod tightly and followed beside Zichen. The group of natives had anger in their eyes, but they did not dare to step forward. Even the level 7 Golden Dragon Ambassador had returned in a sorry state. How could they dare to cause trouble unless a new Dragon Ambassador appeared? This situation did not happen until the invaders returned to the Extreme Gene faction. After arranging for the 2 of them to return to their residence, Zichen went to the trading hall. When the old man saw Zichen, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "You want to exchange for dragon origins?" Zichen nodded and said yes. The old man smiled and said, "Same old rules. How much are you going to exchange?" Zi-Chun pondered for a moment and said, "You know that I faced a lot of pursuers when I went out this time. I really didn't have time to kill too many interspatial beasts. I have some materials, but I wonder if I can exchange them." The old man said, "Of course you can exchange them, but I can help you exchange them for beast pills first. Of course, the price will be discounted. Then I'll have to trouble you." Zi-Chin took out the materials he had prepared and put them all into an interspatial bag. He handed it to the old man. Although he had expected this, the old man's expression still changed when he saw Zi-Chen's gains this time. "Hey, little friend, these are dragon bone ships. They're also considered as spoils." Suddenly, the old man saw some of the dragon bone ships among the materials and was stunned. He said in disbelief. Zi-Chen smiled faintly and said, "Why not? These belong to the Extreme Gene faction. Even if the person controlling the dragon bone ships dies, the ships will come back on their own. They're not part of the deal. In their eyes, I'm an invader, and the entire Extreme Gene faction is hostile to me. Why should I follow the rules of the Extreme Gene faction? If these dragon bone ships can't be exchanged, I'll just take them back. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Zi-Chen threatened to take back the dragon bone ships. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "That makes sense. How about this? I'll ask when the deal is done. If it doesn't work, I'll return them to you." Zi-Chen nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Oh, and exchange all the beast cores for dragon origins." The old man's face immediately lit up when he heard this. He quickly went to take care of this matter. Zi-Chen didn't wait for too long. He came back and said, "Those dragon bone ships have been sold, but they're private property after all. The price can't be too high. The total amount of resources you have is 110 beast cores." Zi-Chen nodded. After all, on the battlefield, many things would disappear along with the domain world. To be able to exchange so many beast cores was not a small amount. "All right, exchange them all for dragon origins. One beast core could be exchanged for 1,000 dragon origins. 110 beast cores were equivalent to 110,000 dragon origins. With so many dragon origins, it was enough for everyone, including Lei Long, to break through. The old man's stock was obviously enough. He directly gave Zi-Chen 110,000 dragon origins. Because Zi-Chun was a big customer, he gave him an extra 10 dragon origins. Chapter 1768. City Master. Zi-Chin frowned when he heard that. "Yes," the man said. He was not polite, but he did not have the hostility of the natives. The city lord represented the strongest person in Ji-Jin. For such an existence to suddenly invite him, Zi-Chen was both surprised and puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of what the monk had said earlier. "From what I know about the natives, they hate intruders. Under normal circumstances, even if you can make it here, you won't be able to enter Extreme Gene alive. There are less than 1,000 dragon soldiers in the first place, and now there are fewer and fewer of them. It's impossible for them not to be jealous. You guys are still alive, and you can even go out to hunt space beasts. It must be the orders from above. As for why they want you alive, I guess it must be because you guys still have some value." Tyrant did not know what their value was, but for safety reasons, they came up with a plan. Tyrant came back alone and pretended to be seriously injured. Zi-Chen came back as the three of them. They did not expose their relationship. "Okay, lead the way," Zi-Chen said. No matter what the other party wanted, he had to meet them. On the way to the city lord mansion, they met some of the indigenous people who looked at them with unfriendly gazes. However, Zi-Chen did not mind. He believed that once they reached the outside world, they would definitely not dare to look at him with such eyes. The city master's mansion was magnificent, and the city master was a level 9 dragon warrior. Zi-Chen was not worried about his safety. If the city master wanted to kill him, He would not have waited until now, nor would he do it in the city master's mansion. The city master of Extreme Gene was a middle-aged man. He did not have the dignity that a city master should have, and he did not have the aura of a superior. He looked very easygoing. "You are Zichin. Not bad, not bad. I have heard about you guys. You guys are very good to be able to pass all the tests and come here." The city master of Extreme Gene signaled Zichin to take a seat and poured a glass of water for Zichin. Zichin was very surprised by the city lord's attitude, but he did not approve of the assessment he mentioned. However, he still thanked him symbolically. The Extreme Close City leader then said, "I was going to ask you to come here a long time ago, but there have been a lot of things to do recently. It is not easy to find the time today." Zichin said, "There are too many people in the city. The city lord is naturally busy." The Extreme Close City master sighed, "That's right. The people who are summoned belong to many different forces. We have to take care of everything." The two of them chatted like this, but Zichin seemed to be absent-minded. "May I know why the city lord has summoned Zichin?" Zichin finally asked the question in his heart. The city lord smiled and said, "Young people these days really can't keep their cool. They can't even listen to a little complaint." "Fine, I won't be long-winded then. Zichin, do you know about the seal at the end of the world?" "Seal?" Zichin was startled. He shook his head and said, "I have not heard of it, but I heard that there is a door at the end of the world that needs a key to open. There is an opportunity to become a realm lord." "Oh, I think it is possible to become a ruler." The city master laughed. "It is just a rumor. You can't believe it completely. As for the ruler, we don't think it exists. However, that door does exist. It is the seal I mentioned." Zichin asked, "Oh, did the city lord find a way to break the seal?" The city master sighed and said, "There has always been a way. Unfortunately, the only thing missing is the opportunity. Have you heard that there is another world behind the door?" "I heard from Ju Tai that it is a high-level world. Only realm lords can enter. That world is real. It is another world of ours. A world that has not been taken over by the invaders." It was the first time Zichin heard this news. He was a bit surprised. This is not a rumor. It is a fact that can be verified. As if he was immersed in his memories, the city master said, "At that time there were no invaders in this world. The rules of this world were complete. No one was suppressed by the rules. As long as one's potential was high enough, one's realm would continue to increase. At that time, after breaking through to Realm Lord as long as one was willing, one could leave this world and go to that high-level world." Zichin listened quietly, but his heart was stirred. It was obvious that what the Extreme Close City Master said was the real secret of this world. It is said that the high-level world was built for realm lords and above. There is pure realm power everywhere. It can greatly increase the strength and battle power of a realm lord. This was originally a normal world. However, in the end, it was invaded by the existence of other worlds. A battle broke out. This battle lasted for a long time. During this time, the rules of heaven and earth were gradually destroyed. Realm lords could not forcibly enter the high-level world. Therefore, the strongest of this world built a portal in the deepest part of the world. At the same time, they built a dragon boat to summon these realm lords. During this time, the battle continued. All kinds of powerful existences participated in the battle. In the end, the rules of this world were completely destroyed, causing the world's rules to become unstable. Under the situation of the world's rules being chaotic, all the realm lords and stronger existences either escaped from this world or died under the riot of the world's rules. Zichin was shocked. It turned out that the world suppression of realms was already in place during the war. At that time, the Zhanwu continent had not yet discovered this place. The riot of the world's rules caused a lot of casualties. This was not only to the invaders, but also to the natives. In desperation, The experts of various races could only open up a small world with their clansmen. This was the main reason why the natives lived in this small world. You probably know what happened next. The world's rules changed. Whether it was the natives or the invaders, they could not break through to the Lord realm in this world. The invaders who reached the peak could only leave. The natives were summoned to the depths of the world. At that time, after reaching the depths of the world, they could use the realm power here to break through to the Lord realm and enter the high-level world. After so many generations, the gate suddenly closed. Everyone could still feel the calling, but they couldn't get the power of the realm. They couldn't break through, and they couldn't enter that high-level world. That's how this extreme realm city came to be. Ziqin understood the origin of this world. Although the city master did not say it, Ziqin could guess that the rules had changed. There were some rejection and some recognition for the invaders. Therefore, various ranking experts appeared and the summoning of the dragon boats continued. In order to prevent this situation, the forces in Extreme Night City created puppets and began to exterminate some of the experts among the invaders. The city master called Ziqin here this time. Obviously, he was not here to tell him the history of this world. Looking at Ziqin, who was listening attentively, the city master continued, "The entrance to the other world closed. We have been looking for a way. Soon, we found the way to break the seal with 4 dragons, according to the records. For dragons to break the seal. That's right. This seal was left behind by the dragon god. If you want to break it, you need 4 dragons." Ziqin's heart moved. He said, "Is there a special requirement for dragons?" Ziqin's question was not a random question. If it was an ordinary dragon, they should have been able to get a lot of them over the years. For example, every time the 9 dragon boats came, the dragon souls on them were also dragons. If they wanted, they could get them. The city master said, "It must be a true dragon that has awakened in this world." Ziqin asked, "Those that can drive the dragon boats should be true dragons, right?" The city master shook his head and said, "Those can only be dragons, but they are not true dragons. We have a deep understanding of true dragons, and we can also sense that the docking of the dragon boats is usually controlled by the spiritual dolls. But in front of a true dragon, the spiritual dolls will lose all authority. Only a true dragon can make the dragon boats dock." This time, one of the 9 dragon boats was summoned by a true dragon to dock. "Is it my Leilong?" Ziqin asked. At the same time, he remembered the dragon roar in the dragon tomb. After that, he heard from Zhang Yongxi that it was a dragon roar that stopped the dragon boats. "That's right. The one on your body is a true dragon of our world. It can break the seal. How many true dragons do you have?" 3. You are the only one missing. Obviously, they only wanted the Leilong. As for the life and death of the Leilong's master, they didn't care at all. Therefore, they didn't deliberately remind him. They must be very surprised that Ziqin and the others could come here alive. Thinking of this, Ziqin asked again, "So you mean the seal can be broken at any time?" The city master nodded and said, "Theoretically, that is the case. I have already informed the other dragon envoys to come back. As long as they bring their true dragons back, we can go. Once the seal is broken, everyone can enter the realm of Sector Lord at any time. Of course, this includes you." Ziqin didn't show the excitement on his face. Instead, he asked, "How are the other 3 dragons?" 9th level peak. Just 1 step away from the realm of Sector Lord. Ziqin hesitated and said, "But my Leilong is only at the 9th level late stage. Will it affect the seal breaking? After all, our realms are different. Maybe it won't be able to continue." The city master was startled. He didn't think of this problem. Ziqin stood up and said, "There is only one chance. I don't think it is urgent. Let the Leilong break through first." The city master thought for a while and said, "We have waited for so many years for this opportunity. We must not be careless. It is actually very easy to let the true dragons break through. We just need to give them more dragon origin. You can go back first. I will ask someone to send you some dragon origin later. This was a completely unexpected surprise. Zi-Chen quickly thanked him. The dragon origin was not only useful for the Lei Long, but also for everyone. Now that the city master was willing to provide the dragon origin for the Lei Long, there must be other resources in the future. Since things were clear, Zi-Chen didn't have any meaning to stay here anymore. Therefore, he bid farewell and left. The city master sent Zi-Chen out, which surprised the others. Don't worry. From now on, no one will dare to make a move against you in Extreme Gene. This was the city master's promise. Zi-Chen had no reason to not believe him. After thanking him again, Zi-Chen left. Chapter 1769. Zi-Chen returned to his residence. Everyone was patiently waiting for him. Why did the city lord suddenly summon you? Seeing Zi-Chen enter, everyone immediately stood up. Lei Long is the key to opening the depths of the world. Zi-Chen briefly explained his conversation with the city lord. However, he didn't mention his worries. Isn't it said that after opening it, we can become a dominator? The fortune teller asked. That's just a rumor. The city lord said it's impossible, Zi-Chen lightly replied. If we really become a sector lord and enter another world, we might never be able to return. What should we do then? Man sure worriedly asked. You should be worried about whether they'll let us go after breaking through to sector lord. Wu Xie coldly snorted. That's right. With their temperament, once they break through, they'll definitely harm us. Then what should we do? Are we not going? Everyone was discussing. However, Zi-Chen waved his hand and said, There's no rush. Let's quickly refine the dragon origin and raise our strength. Regardless of whether this was a scheme, the most important thing now was to raise their strength. Zi-Chen took out the dragon origin, and everyone began to refine it. Not long after, the dragon origin sent by the city lord arrived. This was a sizable amount of dragon origin. From the dragon origin, one could see that the city lord still hoped that Lei Long could break through as soon as possible. This time, Zi-Chen had already decided to go into seclusion until he broke through. Hence, he didn't go out during this period. The dragon origin, purchased this time, in addition to the gift from the city lord, was enough for everyone to break through. Everyone purposely increased their refining speed. Lei Long was still the same as before, maintaining the same refining speed. As time passed, the speed of the dragon origin decreased. Everyone's realm increased. The city lord agreed and immediately announced that the invaders could help everyone break through the seal. This caused an uproar in Extreme Gene. Amidst the uproar, the natives of Extreme Gene all fell into excitement. After waiting for so many years, the time had finally come. A few days later, a loud dragon roar resounded outside Extreme Gene City. Pure dragon aura spread, and a black dragon appeared outside the city. Beside the black true dragon stood a muscular man in black dragon armor. Greetings, Lord True Dragon. Greetings, Black Dragon Envoy. When the aboriginals outside the city saw this scene, they all bowed and paid their respects. The Black True Dragon responded with a dragon roar before flying towards Jijin with the Black Dragon Envoy. Another few days passed, and another dragon's roar resounded. A true dragon as red as flames appeared, and there was also a dragon envoy beside it. They were the Red Dragon and the Red Dragon Envoy. After the two true dragon emissaries appeared, they headed straight for the city, Lord Mansion. At this moment, the three true dragons were gathered, and the last one was in the hands of the city lord. What's going on? I heard that those invaders are still alive. The moment the Red Dragon ambassador sat down, he asked indifferently. The Extreme Clothes City Master said they tricked the spirit dolls and arrived here successfully. The Red Dragon envoy said coldly, "So what? We can just kill them directly. I heard that they are all in the late stage of the 9th tier." The Extreme Clothes City Master immediately said, "We can't be careless about this matter. Let's not talk about whether the true dragon will be angry after we kill them, which will affect our progress. Just their battle strength alone is extraordinary." This time, even the Golden Dragon Ambassador suffered a great loss. The Golden Dragon Ambassador. Speaking of the Golden Dragon Ambassador, the Red Dragon Ambassador's expression became a lot more serious. Although they had never fought before, he knew how powerful and terrifying the Golden Dragon Ambassador was. He then asked, "What happened?" The Extreme Clothes City Master told him what happened in the last battle. The Red Dragon Ambassador said with a surprised expression, "If that's the case, it's interesting. Fine, let them live for a while." The Black Dragon Ambassador, who had been silent all this time, nodded and said, "They are only in the late stage of the 9th tier. Even with the dragon army, they are no threat to us. In the big picture, they are nothing." The Red Dragon Ambassador asked, "When are we leaving?" After waiting for so many years, the time had finally come. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. That true dragon's realm is too weak. It needs to be improved. I have already sent some people to deliver some dragon origin. We need to wait for a while. We have waited for so many years. Waiting for a while more is nothing. However, that true dragon's realm is too low. Even if it breaks through to the peak, it still needs to comprehend the power of the realm. Just giving it the dragon origin is not enough. We should also send some beast cores. If we rely on them to hunt, I'm afraid it will take even longer." The Black Dragon Ambassador, who had been silent all this time, said. The Red Dragon Ambassador nodded and said, "That's right. We should send some. Don't be stingy. Don't worry. I have my own plans." The 3 true dragons had gathered. The next step was to wait for the Thunder Dragon to break through. During this time, the City Master personally gave the order to confer Zichen the title of Thunder Dragon Ambassador. With the endless dragon origin to refine, the Thunder Dragon's breakthrough speed was very fast. During the breakthrough, the loud dragon roar spread throughout the entire Extreme Clothes. This was done deliberately by Zichen. Of course, he was still interested in the resources of the City Master. The City Master didn't disappoint Zichen. On the same day, he sent various beast cores for the Thunder Dragon to refine. In the Extreme Clothes, the natives who had reached the peak of the 9th tier would need the help of the Space Beast cores to comprehend the power of the realm. As they continued to refine and comprehend the power of the realm, their power of the realm would slowly increase. When the Thunder Dragon came to this world, it was only a weapon. To put it bluntly, it was a weapon spirit. First, it awakened the spirit devouring divine ability in this world. Then, it continued to refine the dragon soul of the Western giant dragon to slowly strengthen itself and undergo a transformation. Finally, it obtained the inheritance of the true dragon. It was indeed a true dragon of the natives. The suppression of the laws in this world wasn't that great. It was very likely that it could comprehend the power of the realm. After breaking through to the peak, the Thunder Dragon began to refine the Space Beast cores. As for Zichen and the others, they continued to refine the dragon origin and waited for their breakthrough. After the Thunder Dragon reached the peak, there was still the path of the 9th tier of the realm to grow. Once Zichen and the others broke through, they would reach the true peak of this world. A few days later, the Thunder Dragon that had successfully comprehended the 1st tier of the realm confirmed Zichen's guess. After it transmitted a message to Zichen, Zichen was incomparably surprised. This way, he could be sure that the Thunder Dragon would be able to reach the 9th tier of the realm. At that time, the Thunder Dragon's combat power would definitely be stronger than the City Master. Once they entered the depths of this world, the Thunder Dragon's powerful combat power would be the greatest guarantee for everyone. After knowing that the 4 dragons had broken the seal and the Thunder Dragon had successfully broken through, The entire Extreme Gene was in a state of excitement. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the final moment. Second tier of the realm. Third tier of the realm. Zichen never hid his strength. Every time the Thunder Dragon broke through, he would deliberately let the Thunder Dragon release its dragon might. After clearly knowing the Thunder Dragon's realm, the natives were no longer so anxious. Time continued to pass. Among the group of people refining the dragon origin, there were also people who had broken through. The first to break through was neither Zichen nor the devil ape. It was Dongqing. Dongqing was a beastmaster. The level of his realm was closely related to the spiritual beasts he controlled. While Shao Kong was refining the Space King beast, Dongqing's cultivation level was increasing on its own. When Shao Kong finished refining the Space King beast and awakened everything, Dongqing's cultivation level skyrocketed. When Shao Kong had completely transformed into a Space Beast King, her realm broke through on its own, and she reached the peak of the 9th tier. After Dongqing broke through, Shantian Dao also broke through a few days later. Another few days passed. Shantian Dao and the others broke through. After that, almost everyone broke through. Only Zichen and the devil ape were left. At this time, with the endless supply of resources, the Thunder Dragon had already comprehended the 5th tier of the realm and was moving toward the 6th tier. When the Thunder Dragon comprehended the 6th tier of the realm, Zichen finally broke through and reached the peak of his combat power since he came to the battlefield of despair. At this moment, Zichen was confident that he could fight against the strongest person on the king rank. The sky-splitting battle ape, famous for its battle prowess, became the last to break through because there were fewer targets to fight. Everyone broke through one after another. The Thunder Dragon's strength was still increasing. Going to the depths of the world was almost an ironclad fact. Before that, everyone naturally had to reconsider. As the main speaker, Zichen sat at the head of the table. At the same time, he added restrictions in the room. He said directly, "This time, I will only take 2 people with me." Hearing this, everyone was filled with anticipation. The devil ape and Dongqing. Zichen said quickly. He didn't leave any suspense for the others, which made them very disappointed. Only Dongqing smiled. Obviously, Zichen had brought her along because she would be of help to him. Now that she was finally able to help Zichen, she was naturally happy. "Why don't you take me?" Everyone was disappointed, but they did not refute. Only Wu Xia was not convinced. Because he had an immortal body, few people could kill him. In fact, among the people present, no one could purely say who was stronger or weaker in terms of combat power. Take Shantian Dao, for example. As a titled warrior of Shantian City, there was no doubt that he was powerful. In the outside world, he might not be weaker than the devil ape. Unfortunately, in this environment, he could not use his real combat power. It was the same for Fortune Teller. His most powerful technique was greatly suppressed. This trip is fraught with dangers. Once those indigenous beings break through and attack us, the more people we have, the bigger the target will be. With the 3 of us going together with Monk, we should be able to avoid any unexpected situations. As for you guys staying here, you have to be extremely careful as well. Who knows, someone might be suspicious of you and come here suddenly. Zichen's worries were not unfounded. After all, Monk's identity as the Golden Dragon Envoy was not that reliable. In fact, everyone would follow Zichen's arrangement. After this explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. Of course, Zichen promised to bring back more world energy. Don't worry, the space in my body is big enough. Not to mention the world energy that you guys can use. Even if I take it all, it might not be enough to fill up the space I mentioned. Zichen was very confident about this. The space in the everlasting pill cauldron was infinitely big. Lei Long's realm was still breaking through. Soon he reached the 8th level. This kind of breakthrough speed was very shocking. The city, Lord called Zi-Chin again. The four of them discussed the matter of opening the seal in the depths of the world. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.